Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. Hi, team. Good morning, Clifton. Good morning, Scott. Welcome, everyone, on Wednesday Fed Day Trading. So, the very much awaited Fed Decision Day traders is just here. And let's see what's going to happen next. As you know, and I mentioned you that I feel like the market already priced in this rate cut. Well, let's see. We have not seen such a bullish enthusiasm as we got used to this in the recent weeks, actually, because all of the three indices just ended in red, which is, let's call it like really rare nowadays. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Hola, Lionel. ¿Cómo estás? Hi, Victor. Nice to see you. Okay, guidance room traders. Hopefully the sound is okay. If it's too high, please just let me know. I just lowered it now, so hopefully it's going to be okay. All right, guys. So as you can see, this Wednesday is here, which means that at 2 p.m. we will get finally this very much awaited 25-point cut, hopefully, or not. Well, 95% we will get it, but not this is the most important part of this afternoon, actually, but rather the FOMC press conference, which is just going to happen at 2:30. And why is that such a crucial happening today? Because even despite of the rate cut, some of the analysts, most of the analysts are expecting a quite of a hawkish tone from Powell, and the reason for that, as you know, as this is the last FOMC press conference of 2024 and 2025, it's just around the corner. Of course, there will be a lot of questions taken towards to this what's coming next, as Trump is going to get the presidency, and there are lots of fiscal policy uncertainties around under this new old president, and Powell definitely will or likely face questions about this potential economic impacts, how it's going to impact the decision on the Fed side for 2025, and that's why actually the whole Wall Street is a little bit anticipating a hawkish tone, even despite of this rate cut, as I told you. So let's just be careful around 2:30 traders as always. Anyway, the start is not that bad. As you can see, the S&P 500, it's in a small green. Triple Q is back to the red side. Finally, NVIDIA is getting a little bounce here. I'm just going to talk about this as well. We have some great movers too, which we can start at David. And even the Bitcoin is retreating a little bit. It's just touched a new all-time high yesterday, 108 level, even a bit higher. And since then, it's pulling back. So today is back to this 104 area. The stock exchanges all over the world. European stock exchanges, they were not in the best shape, a small moderate green. Hang Seng just got to the green side. Nikkei not really, but not that deep red either. And as DVG mentioned yesterday, even after this Fed day, a big day coming tomorrow on the BOJ Bank of Japan rate decision too. So this still can even shake up the not just the Asian specific markets, but even the European markets and the US markets as well, traders. So let's just keep an eye on BOJ yesterday. But first, Fed is coming, that's for sure. And this is not the only economic news for today. Hi, Dor, thank you. But even we got already building permits and housing starts. Building permits, it's higher, but housing starts, it's much lower than expected. And as you can see, after this data it was released, the market started to push a bit downwards. At least now it did fill the gap. It's under this 60450s. So let's see whether this red stripe is going to be continued after the opening bell, or the market just can make a reversal. I assume, by the way, that the market volatility it stays definitely until 2 p.m. and I'm expecting a little bit like a choppiness. So I'm going to be extremely careful with my trade. Yesterday I had a beautiful day. I hope you too. A nice green day, four nice winners, one small loser. So nothing to complain. I really liked yesterday trading too in the guidance room. Also today, as I told you, right, I'm going to be back on a little bit on the cautious side. Let's see how the market is going to move. So back to the economic news traders. As I told you, building permits, housing starts out. Housing starts 129 instead of 135, but the building permits with 151, it's higher than 143 million, which was the expectation from the analysts. So it's quite okay. Also, as I told you, the housing starts definitely not. It was not a good news for the overall economy either. Next coming crude oil inventories at 10:30. So if you like trading the oil stocks, please just make sure that you are going to be aware of that 10:30 data of the crude oil inventories, and 2 p.m. as I mentioned you, the federal funds rate decision after that 2:30 FOMC press conference. And I think it's going to be more than enough for this day, guys. Just to cope with it because I'm sure it's going to be a huge roller coaster on the market around 2 p.m. Okay, let's see the headlines. Everything is about guessing that, okay, it's 95% that the rate cut is going to be done. But how about the next year? How about Trump presidency again? How it's going to impact the fiscal policy, the Fed decision? This is lots of questions are around still. And no answers yet. I think Powell must answer some in this or during this FOMC press conference at 2:30. All right, Fed could make an adjustment this week to keep draining liquidity into next year. Question whether they are going to do that. All right, what else? Fed's in cutting interest rates again, but what about in 2025? So as I just told you, a lot of questions all over. On the international news, there is a kind of big news from the Far East, like Nissan and Honda just merged. So this is a kind of a big news in the car industry. And Nissan Honda merger just happened. What else? UniCredit raises stake in Commerzbank to 28% as author ups in the own pursuit. So this is some European news on the CNBC as I've seen. And Dow, after 9 losing day, it seems like it's just trying to bounce. Also, as I've told you, this Fed decision is going to overshadow everything indeed. We have some news on a specific stocks like Broadcom again is going higher. Nvidia, as I mentioned, trying to make a pullback. We had some nice earnings stocks around as well. So let's just jump onto that. And please, if you have any questions, just let me know. Yes, Roger, sounds seems a little low to me. Okay, all right. Also, I'm just getting it a bit higher on the guidance room. Okay, hopefully it's going to be okay now. So traders, if you have any questions, any candidates on your list, please just let me know. And please don't forget, this is the second day of the TERS Christmas sale promotion. If you are interested in that, I've just did post the link in the announcements. You can just look for that. And definitely this is going to be a 2 weeks promotion. So you still have time, but if you are thinking on buying a test funded account package, please just don't miss the opportunity. And again, if you have any questions, you can just email me as always. And let's just jump quickly to the big movers. And the first one on my list is General Mills. The consumer food producer is just got a 5% as they just trimmed their outlook for 2025. Not a good start. So let's see General Mills GIS. How does it look like at the moment? It should be down. Oh yeah, 4%, more than 4% to the downside. I love the pre-market volume. It's on $63, which is quite close to this 62.25 I think maybe this is, oh wow, look at that daily chart. That's a very, the $62 level. It's an extremely strong support. So on the 62, we should be careful. But I must tell you that this is kind of a bad news for a stock like that. So I just would like to raise that and put it on the short list. So the first one is going to be a short on my list, and this is called GIS. I mean the symbol secondary as well. JBL, Jabil is here as well. Nice 8% higher on a stronger than expected fiscal first quarter earnings and guidance. I've just seen JBL already in the pre-market among the big movers, and I really liked it. I would like to see a little bit higher volume though. It's just 80K at the moment, but the percentage is nice and high, 10%. Also, I'm going to be careful on the spread or with the spread on this JBL. Please be careful, you too as well. It's better, Georgette. Okay, thank you. All right, next one, NVIDIA. As I mentioned you yesterday, I was just calling not just me, but a lot of analysts just raised the red flag around the NVIDIA because it's just touched and slipped into correction territory, more than 10% down. That means that this is a quite of a strong support, as we know, and seems like it was enough for the NVIDIA to go higher. It's higher now with 2.60%, as I've seen last time. The chipmaker entered correction territory yesterday from its all-time high earlier in the week. So I think this is just maybe a profit taking for the short players there on the NVDA. Now it's nicely higher with 60%, very nice pre-market volume, and let's see whether it's just going to stay like that. I'm going to call it to the long side, but definitely be careful with this one as it was a quite of a weak candidate in the last weeks and days. Merck is the next one, MRK. The pharma company 1% higher after has signed a $2 billion deal to develop, manufacture, and commercialize China-based hands-on pharma obesity drug. Merck will pay $112 million for the rights. Wow, that's a big deal, actually. Let's see how does it look like. Usually, I'm not a big fan of that stock. I mean, on moving wise, because it can be a big mover but sometimes a little bit choppy, so let's be careful with that. Also today it looks like an interesting one, I must tell you, like only 0.54% higher, 30K in the volume, which is quite of nothing, especially compared to an average daily volume which is 12 million. I see Scott call it on the long side. I'm going to call it as well, but I really need to see a by the book setup for that one to get a trade on this one. Hopefully the volume is going to pick up, and in this case, definitely I'm going to watch this stock. The next one is a short candidate. It's HEI, Heiko Aerospace stock, just plummeted 4% after mixed results. HAEI. Let's just see how does it look like in the pre-market. Very low volume, unfortunately, and this is a quite of a high price stock. I like it though. I'm going to be again careful because of the low pre-market volume, but I'm going to call it to the short side. It's done nicely, and this can be a quite of a big mover. But I guess not. I guess I know that one is going to be really spready. So be careful with the share side. Some of my traders avoid these quite of pricey stocks and spready stocks. Actually, sometimes I do not avoid them. If I see, of course, like NVIDIA, great setup, or Tesla, or anything like that, I prefer to take them. But indeed, I like that kind of stocks which are in the news and might they are not that good in the volume wise, or not that famous, not that popular among the day traders. And the reason for that, because the technical setups can just nicely work on them if there is enough volume, of course. Plus, it's okay if it's spready. You just need to be very much aware with the share size trader. So even with 20, 30, 50 shares, you can just make a really nice move and profit on that kind of a big movers. So this is usually how I'm using and trading that kind of stocks. Now let's see the next one. Ollie's Burger Outlet, OLLI. This is the symbol 3% after a city double upgrade. Now let's see that stock one. Now, this is definitely not the typical famous stock, like not a star for sure, but as you can see again, lower volume but big mover. Also, this is too low for me already, only 6,000, and as I see, even the average volume is not that good, so Oli is going to go just to my secondary list. All right, next one is Xometry XMTR. Never traded this stock, I must tell you, at least from the other ones I was hearing about at least, but XMTR never traded. It's in the news at the moment because this is an artificial intelligence powered industrial marketplace. Just jumped 4.6 as a JP Morgan upgraded to overweight from neutral. The bank called the stock one of the best secular growth stories across our coverage universe. Woo, for the next 3 to 5 years. That's a very strong word from JP Morgan, and I'm not going to argue with them. Also, the volume still here a little bit low, but this can be definitely a pumper. Look at that, guys. Like in the beginning of November, it just made like $5, $3, $4 days, despite of being a 20 something. So let's see this XMTR to the long side as I see Scott likes this stock as well. Hi Jennifer, good morning to you. I hope you're doing great, ready for this Fed Day, Wednesday Fed Day. Okay, Birkenstock is the next one, BIRK. A reason why it's among the big movers, or this is the earnings, which was not that bad. Also, let's see how does it look like on the pre-market. Nice pre-market volume, finally, great. And oh my God, I love this volume here. Oh no, not volume, gap, sorry. But unfortunately, it already filled the gap in pre-market. Let's just put it to the long side. Also, I would have preferred if I see a nice move to the upside, but not like 8%, just 2 or 3, and we still have a gap to fill. But unfortunately, the gap already filled in the pre-market. But despite of that, it still looks like a strong one. So BIRK can go to the long side. And the last short candidate is Rivian, guys, because Rivian is down almost 1% as Bear downgraded the electric vehicle startup to neutral from outperform. A reason for that, few catalysts in 2025 and lower EV sales expectations. Oh yeah, well, what can we do? There is definitely a huge competition on the EV market. That's no doubt. So Rivian now is down 1.43%. So it's extending the move to the downside. It's on 1450. Oh, let's see how much more, if it can at all, stretch this red stripe lower. So Rivian is going to go to my short list. All right, traders, I'm just going to take a last look to my big movers here. NVIDIA, AFRM, it's very strong, which I've seen. Uber, by the way, SMCI, which was yesterday again a loser. Seems like that maybe because of NVIDIA, maybe because of the whole sector, it looks like it is just coming a bit higher. What else which I see? And strong AFRM, Uber, I mentioned already. And to the short side, what I see here that maybe this rotation which just started, like I would say days ago, among the tech stocks, it's still going to continue because, as I see, for example, Microsoft is down 0.76%, NVIDIA is up 2.6%, Apple is red. What else is in red? Google is red, not that much, 0.17%. Netflix, quite of zero, and Meta, it's a small green. So again, I assume that this rotation is still going to go forward. Also, I'm sure that even the Fed Day going to mean quite of a, or have quite of a big impact on this sector as well, like on all sectors. So let's just be careful with that. I'm not going to put any bigger names for today here, NVIDIA is enough. So this is my final list for today, traders. Please don't forget 10:30 crude oil inventories, 2 p.m. in the afternoon, federal funds rate decision, and at 2:30 FOMC press conference. So I'm just going to wish you a beautiful green day. And as usual, I'm just moving to the guidance room to trade. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Wednesday, middle of the week hump day. Used to be Yogi's favorite day, and goes without saying that we've had some great days of trading here. Yesterday, a little bit weak, but not bad overall. Looking forward to getting this done today on this Wednesday. It is Fed Day. Fed Day will be as follows. It really repeats itself every time we have a Fed announcement. Fed announcement goes on at 2 o'clock. We're anticipating a quarter point rate decrease. That's positive for the market. Do we see an explosive move into the close? I'm not sure, but I will tell you this. After the open today, it's going to get really, really slow between, say, 11, 11:30, and 2. So if you're wanting to take some time today to do something else to get out and work around, 11 to 2 today or 11 to 1:30 would be great. Then you get yourself back in here um, and get plugged in for the 2 o'clock fireworks show. All right, let's talk about these markets. Let us know where you've been or where we've been yesterday and where we're going today. Should be a great day of trading. Good volatility in the marketplace. Mixed markets today. Markets were up earlier than we've had some numbers come out. Do they hold on? I don't know. It's the Fed announcement that's going to matter today. Start off with the Asian markets in the overnight session where we saw the Nikkei drop 283 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng was up 164 in Shanghai and China up 21. Europe still in session right now. They're green across the board. German DAX up 20. FTSE in the UK up 13 and the CAC 40 in Paris up 6. Combine that with Asia and you've got 5 markets up, 1 market down. The only market that's down globally was the Nikkei. And that puts pressure to the upside here. And that's what we have. The Dow futures up 75 points. S&P futures flat or unchanged. Nasdaq futures down 30 and a quarter. Oil's back up over $70 per barrel, 61 cents higher to 70.69. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, gold as we speak down $4.50, 26.67.50 per troy ounce, below that 2,700 that we broached last week. Okay, futures bouncing just a little bit here on the Dow side after a 9-day losing streak. We almost had 10 days. In fact, could be 10 days. We'll see what happens here today. Big time news today. Honda and Nissan talking about a possible merger. Merck in the news too. Develop a weight loss pill from the Chinese drug maker in up to a $2 billion licensing deal. We'll see what happens there. And then the Fed interest rate decision coming today. Expecting a quarter point decrease. We'll see. And possibly no cut, which would be, I think, better for the market to have no cut, meaning that the market's coming along pretty good. Yep, there we go. Coming along pretty good, the economy, and we don't need that cut right now, but we'll see what happens today. Okay, that is about it this morning. We've got the stocks to pick. We've got everybody on board this morning. Let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Get you ready to rock and roll this morning. Victor, good morning. Leonel, good morning. Hola to you. ¿Cómo está? Lee, good morning to you. Jennifer, good morning. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Jim. Jonathan, good morning to you. Thank you for putting your picks here in the room. Appreciate that. Kev, TSM. Let's take a look at TSM here. One that was not on my radar this morning and probably should be. Looks great. We'll put it over here. Probably one that I would even look at right now, 204. Yep, looks great. David, good morning to you. Paul, good morning. Ed, good morning to you. Okay, let's talk some stocks here. We'll get these posted. I see that Aggie's got her stocks posted here. I've got mine, and then we are set to go here this morning. Let me take a look at the first stock. We'll go ahead and put it in there, Kev. TSM long 204. It's going to be up to the volume in the stock to see if that can make that happen. The other one is JBL over 150. Love this trade here. This will probably be my main trade this morning, 150. Maybe we get a pullback here before it goes. And then PLTR short this morning, 74. There we go. PLTR short this morning under 74. There's that. AVGO, I don't know. I'm not certain it's going to be a short for me. It's probably going to be a long dip and run. And we'll see how Ollie opens up, OLLI. And then last but not least, a Tesla possible short this morning on a pullback here under 467. Okay, 467. There we go. Okay, those are my picks. I've got that. The main concentration will be GBL, PLTR. We'll see if PLTR reverses today at that 75. And then TSM this morning, 204. On the TSM pullback, probably will be buyable, so we'll wait and watch. Dow futures up 87 now. S&P futures up a half of 1 point, and the Nasdaq futures down 22.7. So, okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right, set to go. We've got about a little less than 2 minutes. We'll get DVG in here, give his market commentary before we kick things off today. Should be a great day of trading, as yesterday was. And yesterday I only had, what, 2 trades? But again, a good volatile day, and hopefully we get the same thing here. All right, ready to rock and roll today.
Hey, Scott, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you perfectly this morning. Good morning.
Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Today, the open, I will likely be taking it easy, keeping some powder dry for the 2 o'clock and 2:30 call with our friend Jerome Powell this week. I think between today and tomorrow, Bank of Japan is going to talk about their rates, whether or not they're going to raise them or not. I think today and tomorrow will be the big days this week. And keep its powder dry around 2 o'clock. I think we see subtle pullbacks in big names, big cap, tech especially, but I'm going to keep an eye on IWM and the names in small cap today as well. They're likely going to benefit from those rate cuts. So again, today will be somewhat slow. I'm actually just keeping an eye more broadly on markets. Not going to be eager to jump into a trade right out the gate, but if it is going to be something, it'll probably be something like NVIDIA. Which got a nice push early this morning, and maybe even EXPE. So with that, we open in about 20 seconds or so. Trade safe today, and good luck.
Yep. Okay, 4 seconds left. 3, 2, market is open. Traders, let's have an awesome day today. TSM opening up with very low volume. Same with NVDA, lower volume, AVGO. Watching JBL. JBL will be my target stock today. Okay, there we go. PLTR skyrocketing. Wow. Yeah, that's a stock that you ask yourself, why? Why is PLTR just skyrocketing like this? It's crazy, right? Any news that came out real quick? Don't know. But now look at it, crazy. Okay. Tesla. I'm going to dip onto this Ollie trade here, OLLI, right here. See if I can get it. OLLI. Let me load it up here. I don't know where what the spread is. Oh yeah, it's really spready here, over $1. Okay, I'll let the wolves feed on that one. Watching JBL. Look at AVGO. Woo wee. That is getting smoked. The LTR doing the smoking now. Wow. NVDA pulling back as well. The NVDA 133.50 NVDA, I'm watching this trade right here. Wow, NVDA, go baby, go. Go baby, go. 134.50, I'm going full share size NVDA. Watch it. PLTR crazy. I wonder if that lasts. 134.50 add NVDA. TSM gets below 202. I'll go long TSM. I'll post TSM 202.50.
All right, I'm going to get an early entry on this Microsoft short here. So we're in at 449.60. Yeah, I'm watching that too.
I'm coming in right here.
234 looks great
right
for a short.
202 traders. 202, I'll revise it. 202 long TSM.
I'm also watching Apple, Meta. And again, I think large cap takes a hit today a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to completely collapse, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some people just kind of getting out of the way. So AVGO looks great here. Actually, 234, we're in short. These are all relatively smaller positions. I mean, frankly, I want to see. Watch the Qs here now breaking down. 533.17 is kind of where I want to see it. Find some support. Maybe we undercut a little bit. But if we don't, we'll count on a 530.61.
Target 135. NVDA, target 135.
Here comes the Qs. Watch Tesla here now on its way to 460. I'm going to take a partial off AVGO here in a minute.
Nice little 50-cent ride down. I mean, you caught it almost at the bottom here, so you're going to get a bounce, I think, at some point.
Yeah.
Watch TSM. TSM, I'm going long here at 202.
Yeah, I like this Microsoft trade too. 447 is kind of a big level for it, so I'm going to take some off here in just a moment, unless we break below it. There we go. Here comes Microsoft. Beautiful, beautiful breakdown. And this is just I'm trying to take some money eat like early and quickly, right? I'm not sure if we're going to continue the leg lower or not, but I'm not here to fight it. I'm here to take my money and bank it.
Yeah. Yeah, the real thing is today you've got the Fed announcement at 2, so you're going to be naturally slow, after this morning session here around 11, 11:30. So
Okay, taking some off of Microsoft
NVDA
here.
stop loss will be
Getting ready to take some off
NVDA stop loss
AVGO
will
as
be
well.
the low of the day.
And all this is for me right now is kind of just finding some positions to nibble and hang on to. In the event we do decide to really sell off, great. We're kind of in position. I'm watching Apple now too, which you guys know I'm not really allowed to trade, but looks interesting.
The LTR on its skyrocket move. Hopefully NVDA turns around here. AVGO as well.
Okay, Microsoft, beautiful move here. I'm not going to say I'm, getting rich today off some of these trades, but building that consistency and banking some profits here.
Oh yeah. Okay, watch the entry here on JBL. NVDA
Okay,
rocking.
guys,
TSM
we should
showing.
see the
Got
cues
3
now.
trades.
53317 is the target for the downside. I want to see it bounce there. Here comes another partial on Microsoft in just a moment, guys. Keep an eye on Tesla now breaking down big time. I'm going to get stopped out on AVGO. That's okay. Took some subtle profits there, and then I'm just basically kind of grabbing points. Point here, point there, point here, point there.
I like to hear that.
Yeah. Microsoft doing great. It's a perfect trade right now. Straight down. Wouldn't be surprised if it bounced a little more here, but since we already paid ourselves, we'll let it dance around a bit. Also watching Boeing. God looks interesting as well. CRWD.
Come on,
Excuse
baby.
me.
Come on.
Okay, maybe I'll try crowd here in a minute. Small size.
Huge move now, NVDA. This is my ticket to come out right now. 134.90, and I am out of NVDA. Big, huge move for myself. That's a full share size trade. Kicking tail first trade of the day here on NVDA. We're going to follow that up with this JBL trade, hopefully, and then TSM, baby. Come on. 202. Target's going to be close to 204. We're going to try to get 2 points out of this, Kev. And I'm taking everything off of NVDA. Rest of the shares gone. NVDA full share size out. NVDA. Now I'm just going to watch the TSM trade here now go.
Apple, nothing but selling this morning. There's a breakdown. Microsoft now back down on its way. Watching Tesla here, 465. Maybe it starts to rally here. Again, worth noting, Apple tanking. I just pulled up Costco, Scott. That's kind of frustrating.
Yep.
That's the move I wanted on, what was that, Monday?
Yep.
The target was 975. It's at 976. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, you know. So we've got runners left on Microsoft. I'm on the fence for Crowd, CRWD. Excuse me. Let's hope I don't get sick.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, wife was.
You don't
wife
sound
was
perfect
homesick.
to begin with.
Yeah.
Look at that AVGO V bottom recovery. How about it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, just babysitting this TSM trade again. TSM looking great here. Our entry on TSM 202. Should be really good to go here on this one.
Tesla. That's too long here. 46450. Keep tiny risk on this one. Here we go. Tesla. Okay. Getting out of the way, probably on Microsoft here in a moment. Maybe we start to bounce. Yeah, you nailed it, Scott. The only bullish name I was out the gate today was NVIDIA. Wanted to see what Tesla would do here. And we're up about a point right now, but I want to see like 3 or 4 points.
I'm going to nail this TSM trade thanks to Kevin as well.
Hey, here comes Tesla. Guys, talk about getting 3 points. Let's do it. Flashed it for half a second. Excuse me. Target 467.50 at least. Tesla. Okay, getting ready to take a partial on Tesla here. Anything with a 467, I'll take some off. Guys, watch for the blast off on Tesla. You ready? Whee! There we go. Look at partial there. Let the rest run now. 472 next target. That's another 5 points away. Not sure if anybody took that trade with me on Tesla, but you did. That's 4 points. Right at the 200 EMA. I will take some more off here in a moment if we don't start pushing higher. I do like crowd here short. CRWD. Tempted to take a small position there. But worth noting, I mean, 602.30 on the SPY is kind of the really where you, if we're gonna have a floor somewhere, that's where you want it to be. That would be like the perfect technical setup, but I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. Tesla, let's go. Probably take some off here. 469 print. Let's just see what happens. Okay. I'll take some off. 469 print. There we go. Well, that worked out well. Really might have missed the crowd trade. I think under 370, it really starts to go. Meanwhile, Costco is tanking. That hurts to see. I don't know if you guys remember when I was trading Costco earlier this week, but man, that is disappointing. Let's see.
Market right now, Dow's up 94, S&P down about 4, NASDAQ down about 13. So nothing happening on the NAS right now.
Hey guys, anybody looking at QUBT still? It just blasted off to $23. Like what in the world? We were way ahead of that one. Let's pull up ASML now too. ASML.
NVDA on this pullback. What do you think, DVG? Possibility?
Well, I have 13459 as a level marked on NVIDIA.
Yeah.
So I think if the Qs get loud, then yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's a big if.
Yeah. I may close out my Tesla position right now. We'll see. Guys, QUBT, unbelievable. It's at $23 now. $23.39. Wow. Okay. Tesla 470 print. I'm going to take some more off. Just literally, I'm just clawing for points today. Because we're going to definitely see some volatility in these names today. Okay, that's good. I like Tesla here, so I'm going to take some off here. 470 print, thank you. 472 is kind of the next target. You going to take that NVIDIA trade, Scott, you think?
Yeah, I don't know where, though, you know?
Yeah.
I'd like to see it back under the VWAP, and I could take it through the VWAP, but I think it's going to bounce here. I could play the 135. I'm in this
Tesla
TSM trade. I'm watching this.
Guys. 7 points on Tesla. I mean, if you took one trade, you just paid for your year.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, I'm going to take crowd small size short right here. 374. It's a small baby size position in case it decides to turn around. come with that. QUVT now is at $24. Wow. That would have been a monster trade for me. Hold on. Okay, gonna add the CRWD here in a moment. Did I post that? I don't know if I did. I didn't. So CRWD we got in at 374, and I'll probably add here in a moment. Small shear size. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the cues now. That's why, like on Tesla, for example, why we paid ourselves all the way through. Now I don't mind. I've got such a small size left on Tesla that, you know, pull back to 467. I get stopped out.
Okay, I'm going to go 134.50 here. 134.50 NVDA. Small share size to start. 134.50, and then 135 will be my full share size move. Okay, I'm long the stock here, 134.50. 135 is going to be the add.
There comes a break on CRWD. Oh, I've got about 20 shares left on the Tesla trade. So it's not much, but no matter what, I'm going to make 3 points on it. So if we clear out 467, I'll get paid. I'll take the rest of my shares, but I don't care. And CRWD is pretty small, but I like it here. So I'm going to add to CRWD. Let's see. Jonathan Guess. It looks like shorting Uber, partial Uber. Nice. Okay. Mark, was it really? QUVT was NBev a few years back, a beverage company. Wow. Guys, Tesla. This is why, pays to have this runners and pay yourself, have stops in place. Right? Now look at this. Now I'm not even going to move my stop. I'll just keep it where it's at. 472 was my original target. I think we get it. So I'll probably take some more off here, and then let the rest go on autopilot. Meta waking up here. Looks like markets are kind of getting a little nudge out of their sleep, their little slumber here. NVIDIA looks great here, Scott. Hopefully you get it.
Yeah, I got it, and here we go.
Very nice.
So that'll be my second trade here on NVDA. Let's see if we can get that 135 special number here, so to speak. TSM over 204. This is going to be great as well. So again, I'm in TSM long. I'm in NVDA long for the second time now. Come on, NVDA, keep building here. Let's go.
Micron should report tonight. Lennar Home Builders will also be reporting tonight. And then tomorrow, the big ones, Nike, FedEx after the close. Huge move on Tesla. Unbelievable. Yeah, we got our target on Tesla. So now that it's breaking out, I want to see like when does the green stop? So I'll wait. Guys, look at Meta. What's going on with Meta? That's a very big move on Meta. Guys, Meta's on a rip right now. I don't know what's going on with it. I can't find any news. But it is absolutely ripping. Okay. Tesla, I'm going to move the stop up to 471 here in a moment. I know it's at 470 right now, so I may just take the rest of this position off, but it's okay. We'll wait, we'll wait. And if it gets over 471, I'm going to put my stop right there, right underneath it. And if not, then I'll just get out of this. Guys, here comes the break on crowd now. I'd like to see, 370 would be great, but I don't know if we're going to get it. If we're breaking the 360s, that would be an unbelievable move, but we shall see. Curious move on Boeing as of late as well. Yeah, waiting for Tesla to kind of really push here. Once it gets up to 472 again, I'm going to put my stop at 471. Just slide it right under there to make sure that we cannot lose on that trade. Some people like to put like a trailing stop. I don't. Just I'm investing maybe, but then you've got to give it, way bigger trail. Here comes Nvidia, looking great over 135 now.
Go baby. So this will be the time where we're going to add to this trade here over the 135 right here to full share size, and then 135.50 will be my my target here. TSM cranking out a little over 204. We'll take the profit there. So close right now. Come on.
All right, crowd, come to Papa. What's going on with coin? All out Tesla. All out. I think markets are going to roll over here. Guys, CrowdStrike. Not bad. 2.5 points. We should get it printed now in the 370s. Anything in the 370 print, I will take probably 80% of this trade off. Again, fighting for points here today. And it's awesome when you get a trade like Tesla that just, throws 7 of those into your cubby, Boeing is really interesting. You guys recall, it's been beaten down pretty badly. But my sentiment's like 50-50 on it right now. AMD getting a nice pop here. SMCI aiming lower. UNH getting a bounce today, by the way. Guys, CrowdStrike taking a partial here. That's the seller I was waiting for. Cha-ching.
There you
Where's
go.
my sound effect here? Hold on.
I love it. I love it.
Is this the one? Yep, that's
go.
the one.
Cash registers open,
CRWD.
baby. Yep.
We didn't have to wait for the 370s. We just
Maybe
got a
8
369
point.
print. Cha-ching. So 80% of that trade is done. We're out of Tesla. I'm basically looking around for, what's next. Watching Meta. Meta could be interesting over 625, but I don't want to buy the top there. And Boeing, like I said, Boeing looks interesting here at this 175 area. UNH now breaking out new session highs. Let me look around. What is Lilly doing as well? No, what about Elevance? Engine. Guys, Apple now turning around here. And worth noting, all-time highs, 253.83.
Super.
Kind of
Love it
like
when that
Novo
happens.
Nordisk. Maybe to just add to portfolio. I don't know yet. 105 is kind of where I liked it. And then also keeping an eye on oil today. CVX specifically, I like the 147 area, which is where we're at now. So I'm going to see how we behave there throughout the day. Maybe start to nibble for those swing trades and get a redo. The last time we tried it up at like the 160 area and then got stopped. And I see names like, let's say, for example, HD. I was trying to buy that at what, 428? Today it's printing 407. Matter of fact, I'm going to, so you guys know, I'm going to swing CVX here at 147. So I'll start a small position and then add over time if we start moving higher. This will be a swing. Let's see. I don't know. I'll give it 4 points. So down to about 143. But it'll be a starting position. Guys, Tesla now breaking new session highs. And there goes Boeing. Oh, well.
Tesla just does not stop. Wow.
So what is interesting on, let's do this. Do that. There goes Boeing.
Well, boy, traders. It's just I don't know, today could be summed up as just a blessing here. This TSM, another full share size trade here. I'm going to get it, and it just smoked up to that 204.50. Taking it off here. In fact, what I'm going to do on TSM is I'm taking all shares off right now on TSM. This is at 204.50 done with the trade. That's a full share size trade. I want to thank Kev for bringing that to my attention this morning. Thank you. Pre-market. Yep, pre-market, Kevin said, hey, take a look at TSM. It was not on my radar, so that just shows you the power of the room by people posting their trades in the community here. Appreciate that, Kev, so much. And thank you for posting your trades here. Gives us something to look at. And now, just on to NVDA here. TSM finished. NVDA, the only trade that I have on right now.
Well, I'm going to definitely be keeping some powder dry. 2 o'clock, obviously big news. Yeah. So be prepared for that. For those of you guys planning on being around for that, I will likely stay in the room. And worth noting, I'm gone this Friday, and I'm also going to be gone next Friday.
We're on a 4-day work week now. I love it. Well, the following Friday, so what we decided, traders, on the DVG and Aggie and Clifton and myself, the closure for, and Clifton, if you'll make a note of this too, so that we can start feeding this to the rest of the group here. We're going to be closed, so it's half day on the 24th, okay, which is next week. So half day 24th. I'm gone. We're closed the 25th and we're closed the 26th. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, DVG, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, yep. And then I'll be back on Friday. DVG will be gone Friday. Be gone this Friday, next Friday. I'll be here next Friday to open things up. So we'll trade Monday. Tuesday, do you want to Tuesday half day trading? I mean, it's going to be. There's no real reason to be here, in my opinion. Can I get an amen, or do you want to open things up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with that. I know during the holidays it gets tricky, but you know, could be a good time to just spend time with family. And again, this time of year is always tricky with trading. Even, I mean, you got to keep an eye on it, right? Just because there's opportunity during this time of year. But I don't know. I'd say we skip it, but unless well, we could pop in. I'm in for 10 minutes or something. That's fine.
Yeah, on the 24th. I'm going to be gone 24, 25 is Christmas, and 26 we're going to close the room. We'll be back on Friday the 27th. So Clifton, if you'll make note of that, broadcast that starting tomorrow for the room hours, 24 or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. We'll be back Friday, and then we'll trade that following week, which is New Year's. We're going to be. They have a half day on the 31st, all day on the 1st, which is a closure. Then we'd be back, I guess, on the 2nd to start the 2025 trading season here in the 44 trading room. So all good, all good. All right.
2025, the year of change. I'm loving it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Well, again, my day is already made, but I need to have this NVDA put the icing on the cake, really.
AVGO, kind of an interesting level here. Does it find some footing and move higher, or does it dump? So CRWD, I'm going to close the rest of this trade out, a winning trade no less, but got more than we wanted out of it, which is great. Watching AVGO.
Go, NVIDIA, go.
Microsoft now pushing. What to do, what to do. Okay. AVGO is 50-50 from right now, 237. It's pretty ugly selling, but we try 239 again. Let's give it a try. It'll be a small size long. It could be a short as well. So we'll go 237 AVGO long. Oops, I could type AVGO. Hopefully it can take off here. Again, target will be around 239, but if we get to 239, we should break out and at least close the gap to 240. There we go, just like that. Let's see if we can continue that move.
Yeah, absolutely, Rocky. My indicators are pretty simple. I know that DVG's got a little bit more as far as indicators go. The only indicator that I use is the VWAP line, which you see highlighted on my charts in blue. And then my charts are always on 5 minute. Yep. Time frame is 5 minutes. And I know DVG and a lot of traders, majority of traders go from 1 to 2 to 5. So DVG may be filling the space there.
All right, that's not what I wanted to see on AVGO. Wanted to see that continuation to push to 239. So that's a little concerning. Push higher, immediate takedown. So Not going to get out just yet, but I do want to see at least a push to 238.40. If we see 239 again, I'm counting on 240 being a reality. Q's pressing right onto that 200 SPY just above it. So got an 80-cent stop on AVGO, but
Oh,
it is a
AVGO.
small size. So if we get over 238, I'll probably nail it for a lot more. I actually really liked AVGO for a short trade, but I thought we would try to bounce and I'd take advantage of that move, but might get stopped out. That's okay. Two, 3, 620 stop. Look at that coin, Jonathan. Oof. I don't know.
Come on, NV.
303.5 held up. I think 302 at some point did as well. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a risky one. Your call. Be trying to catch a falling knife there. Okay, about to get stopped out. AVGO, unfortunately. Almost there. Okay, out of AVGO. I guess the big thing too on coin,
Go
Jonathan, is
NVDA.
if you
This
wanted
will
it,
be
let's
my
say at
third winning trade
307.
if we can get it here.
If you wanted it at 307, what would your stop loss be? Oh, you went in anyway? Okay. Good luck. NVIDIA. Bingo. Very nice. SPY getting a little stronger here. Q's trying to push over that 200. Let's see if it catches a bid over 53660. NVIDIA, nice trade, Scott.
Yep. So finally get the big boost here on the trade on the NVDA trade. If you guys are in this trade with me, this is my third trade of the day. Second trade on NVDA here. And again, the 134.50 now. We're going to get that 135.40, 135.50. We're going to wait just a little bit here, not to get greedy, but we'll wait and see if this second candle, this next candle building here goes the same way. Volume is kind of pulled down a little bit, but we're still pretty good with this trade right now.
AVGO selling now. Glad we got out of the way of that. I don't know. Qs are kind of retreating a little bit. Right here at the close, coincides with the 200. I mean, kind of liking these ancillary names like BA, maybe even Lockheed. No, not Lockheed.
Go NVDA. Come on, just like I said, NVDA. 135.50. Let's go.
Here it comes. I really do like the PA trade here. I missed it at 174, then missed it at 175. Now it's at 176. So I can't jump in just yet, but looks like it's about to break out. Okay, but I just saw your post here under 125 on AMD. Yeah, I mean, trouble is you might get a little bit of a bounce here at the bottom, but structurally that looks about right. I'm actually tempted to short AVGO right now too. Seeing what it does here. Maybe it bounces. I don't know.
Okay, traders, that's enough for me on NVDA. Coming out of the shares right here at 135.47. We're close enough. Hand grenades, right? I'm out 3/4 of the trade. Just 200 shares now left on NVDA. Perfect. All right. 3 for 3 today. That works for me.
Very nice.
I'll leave a couple hundred shares here on NVDA. See if we continue to go here. If we get that top taken off here, that 135.78, I'll let the rest go.
Okay, seeing some exuberance here. BA, we missed it again. Third time, unfortunately, but that thing should take off now. No pun intended. Tesla looking great for an upside, topside breakout. Coin aiming lower, Bitcoin aiming lower. AVGO aiming lower.
Yeah, I'm out all shares NVDA. I'm not going to hold on any longer here on NVDA. All right, I am flat for the morning here, about an hour into the day, and we'll be looking for maybe 1 to 2 more trades here for the rest of the morning session. I love JBL here. It's going to be probably over that VWAP. We've got limited volume here on the trade, but we'll see what happens here on JBL. I'm going to go 147 JBL long. 3 trades down, maybe 1 to go. We'll see if JBL will trigger here. We're there right now, right on the button, 147. There's a pretty good spread though.
I think AVGO is trying to find footing at 235 now. Tesla now, new session high.
Okay, I'm taking this here. 147 long JBL. 147 long JBL.
Might take coin with who was it? Jonathan? Maybe. Maybe. Right here, this 304.90. Give it a 1 point stop. Yeah, Kev, yeah. Well, the big thing is that I was looking at on the options chain specifically was stuff in January and February that were kind of piquing my interest. If Geo gave up that 235 print, so down it goes likely. But that's kind of the big where I'm scratching my head. There's a lot of put options, into like March, even June. So, all right, 604.90 coin long. It's a risky one, but I'm joining Jonathan just because why not? It'll be a baby size trade to start, and if we start moving, then we can always add. So we're in that trade now. I would like to see high of day, but I'm realistically going to pay myself at 308. Definitely keeping powder dry for the 2 o'clock. Rate decision. Let's see. 305. 305.60. I'll add. Oh, we're there now. I'm going to add on coin here in a bit.
Look at NVDA.
Very nice.
Take your rear view mirror off. Yeah, I'm out. I know I'm out of this trade now. 100% out.
AVGO, gross now. Look at that. Here comes coin. Let's go. My target 308. First partial. After that, let it run. AVGO trying to find that level at 235 could be interesting. Let's go, Jonathan. Let's go, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. See what it does here at the VWAP. Again, right around this 200 EMA, 307.94. So let's any 307 print. I'm going to take some off here. Not sure if anybody joined that trade, but not too shabby. Not too shabby.
I love it. Yep.
Just hit 307 right on the nose. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a push above 307. I'd like that, but there's some overhead resistance there. We did get over the 306.85. So now we've got what 308.33 is realistically where we should end up. 308.10.
Just waiting on JBL now.
Guys, Microsoft turning up the volume, Tesla turning up the volume, Nvidia now taking off. Meta now too. Bitcoin right at the 200. Let's see what it does here if it starts to really start pushing. Watching Bitcoin futures along with my coin trade. Anything in the 307, I'm going to pay myself something. Okay. Getting close on coin. Come on. I'm also watching AVGO. It's an ugly, ugly chart, but I'm looking at price action, trying to find support at 235. So this could be an interesting turnaround, and I might be right as I'm talking about it. This could be the turnaround here on AVGO, which would be phenomenal, but I might have just missed that. It's okay, I'll wait. All right, here we go. 307.20. I'm going to take some off here on coin. I want that 307 print. We got it. I'm happy with that. I wanted 308, but it's okay. We've got some runners to get there. Rule number one, pay yourself first. If we get 308, I'll take a little bit more off, and then my next target will be literally the high of day. It's 312. People ask me the question all the time, why not just hold the full position until you get to your target? Well, because it might take 3 hours, and I don't want to wait 3 hours. I want to take majority of the move off the table, get risk off the table, be able to continue on with my day. Apple now getting some more buying, if you could believe it. We'll really want that phone, I guess. Bitcoin futures look like they're about to rip over 104,500. AVGO back to that 235 print. I think this could be a second chance to get in here to the upside. Coin pulling
Come on,
back
JBL.
slightly. No big deal. What would my risk be on that? I already had one losing trade on it, so let's see what. Maybe another $1. I love that. Right on, Jonathan. Cool.
JBL turning down. Those of you that are in this trade, I'm still hopeful this thing will start to move to the upside.
I think AVGO is about to take off. What did it bounce to last time? From where to where? 233 to 238, 5 points. Tempted. All right. I'm going to put it out there. 235 AVGO. We're going to try this one again. It is a gross chart, but I'm looking at price action stabilizing at 235 to see if you find some footing. It may not work out, so I'll probably give it a point, so down to 234 for a stop. But let's see what happens. We lost 80 cents on the first time we traded it. So I think we get it back. SPY looking like it's about to break out. 606.40. We talked about that level for a while now, guys. Here comes coin.
Here we have, and the interesting thing now is this market has really just kind of reversed, and moved that extra leg up now. Dow's up 230, S&P up 15, NASDAQ up 45, 46 points. So a good move now off the bottom, and we'll see if this holds on today. Again, it's going to get slow here probably within another hour because we've got the 2 o'clock Fed announcement coming.
Come on, AVGO. Go, baby, go. Coin now or never needs to pop. If we do not break out here, I will be forced to trim up even more of my position here. Guys, look at AVGO now. Let's go. Love it. Anybody take that? Anybody? Well, the 80 cents that I missed out on, we got it back just about on AVGO. Let's see what it does here on this pullback. If I see it light up green over 235.45, I might go full share size on this thing. SPY now putting a new session high. NVIDIA up at 136. Tesla at 476. Meta looking like it wants to take off. Coin, I'm taking some off here. And it's more of a trim. You could call it a partial, but that's all right.
Nice move, TSM.
Right on, Jonathan. Very cool. I appreciate you pointing it out. I had to watch it a little bit to see what it would do. And this rejection on AVGO, look, if this turns into green after that rejection, I'm loading up on this thing. So you saw that big bearish engulf right there that took out about 5 minutes worth of trading. If that continues, I'm out. I'm not even going to wait till my stop loss. I'll get out earlier. But if I see bullish price action right now after that sell through right there, yeah, this thing's going to take off. But again, it's if. So right now, guess what? We're turning red on the trade now, unfortunately. AVGO. Playing games with me today on AVGO after this. If I get stopped out, I will definitely be done with trading that stock today. Keeping an eye on the SPY at 606.40. We know that's a big level. Unfortunately for us on AVGO, we can't add to losing trade. So let's wait to see what happens. Tesla now breaking new session highs. Meta doing the same. NVDA on its way. SPY creeping towards that 606.40. If that becomes a ceiling, down we go. The way things are looking right now, though, I think it wants to make it a floor. We know that's the big level for bulls to stay in control. Not that they're not in control now, but continue the upside pressure. Q's now up at 536.75. All right, AVGO. Let's bang this thing. Yeah, get ready. There's that. There's that. Oops. Come on, AVGO. Show me 235 print again. If this turns lower, I will dump AVGO. I'll be done with that trade for the day. Still got some runners on coin. Let's see what it does. Tesla, brilliant trade. If I literally just took that one trade today, that'd been done. Keep powder dry, y'all. 2 o'clock. Come around the corner. SPY nailed that 606.40 perfectly to the cent. Then found some sellers, no surprise. Well, I'll probably give up on AVGO again. I'll wait. There's some big sellers stepping in there. Thousands of shares, just dumping them. So not great for my position. 234 is my stop, like hard stop. So unfortunately, it doesn't work out. That won't be good. Writing small partial in Tesla since 470, but now beginning to think we see yesterday's high. Okay, Jim. Yeah, Tesla's been your ATM as of late, huh? Yeah, I managed to get a great entry there, and then we, just dancing around, whatever it was, 472, I think it was. Can't remember off the top of my head. It was a good trade. Well, AVGO, give up on you. That's gross. Really gross. Oh, just took me out. Oh, that stings a little bit on AVGO. It's an ugly chart. It is breaking down, but we started seeing that consolidation at 235, and someone stepped in and decided to unravel. What? How many? What is that? 1,000, 1,000. That 250,000 shares just decided to unload them. So wasn't expecting them to show up. Oh well. I mean, it is, to be fair, pretty exuberant push from earnings, from 176 up to 256 at one point, right? So coulda, shoulda, woulda. I mean, to the cent, or just about 606.41. The SPY got to 606.40 was kind of the target, and now we're seeing some selling.
Hey,
Or broader
Jonathan,
base.
I'm trying to respond to you, but I cannot. So if you're getting this, let me just email me or send me another message. I cannot respond to your message here in the room. It will not allow me. Sorry.
Scott, are you planning on sticking around or coming back at 2 or 2:30?
I don't think so today. I've got an appointment that I forgot about. I was thinking about that this morning. And I think there's going to be some good fireworks today for sure, right? I
Yeah, I
mean,
think so
because if
too.
what happens if they don't move the rate lower? I still think we go. I still think we move higher here.
Yeah, I'm definitely not looking for new trades. That's for sure.
Right.
I'm just kind of watching what price action looks like, keeping an eye on ancillary names that have been rejected. So things like Boeing. Um, I have about, what is this, 12, yeah, 16 stocks that I'm keeping an eye on going into this. Yes, there's a lot of tech, but it's a little more broad based. Keeping an eye on like names like Caterpillar as well. Obviously, names in the crypto space, and a couple healthcare names as well. But it's just I'm curious to see what happens. Um, this is really more about the dot plot and what that looks like what how other members of the Fed are feeling about everything. So I'm also curious to see what that looks like as well. my biggest concern right now is unemployment data. Unemployment data and credit card delinquencies are on the rise. So you have more unemployed people and more credit card debt. That's not a very good recipe.
Mm-mm. Yeah, JBL's just sitting here really doing nothing but going sideways.
Left a little bit on the bone on Tesla. That's okay though. Good news is managed to pull out a great trade on Coin. Gave back unfortunately a little bit here on AVGO. That's 0 for 2 on AVGO for me today. Oh well, it happens. But I'm gonna step away for a bit. I'll be back at 2 o'clock. I want to hear what Jerome Powell has to say. And in the meantime, keeping some powder dry for trade what's coming. And as traders, we wait for days like today and stay prepared for it, right? So you got to be open to both directions happening, up or down. But it should be exciting. So Scott, hopefully we'll keep you posted what 2 o'clock sounds like or looks like. But I will come back around then. Until then, everybody trade safe. See you in a
All
bit.
right, partner. Take care.
Thanks, Scott.
Enjoy. Yep. As I'll be with you for about 10, 15 more minutes here as I'm watching this market here. And as we were talking just a little bit ago, market's still up. In fact, Dow's up close to 230 or 212 right now. S&P up 17.64. Nasdaq's up 59 points. So, I mean, not a big day, but not bad, right? And I am 3 for 3. Hopefully, going 4 for 4 with JBL. Wow, NVDA, nice move up now. Breakout trade. That looked good to me, and I didn't take it here because I thought we were just fully extended here, but that's a great breakout trade at the top now.
Hey Scott, sorry, just real quick. I'm keeping an eye on Meta. Obviously, big push over 625, but some news out. I'm not sure what it is. It might have something to do with a data breach loss that they were facing. Trying to figure out what's going on there, but guys, that's pretty aggressive price action on Meta.
Yep. Decent volume too.
Also, it sounds like there's some kind of flu breakout that happened in Louisiana. Just keep an eye on mRNA. 40, I don't know. Can't believe it's $40, but right here, maybe 40.90 could be interesting.
Yeah, nothing going on JBL, just flat right now.
Let's go, Moderna. Let's go. Let's go. There's the soundbite of that news. Let's see if we get a bigger push. First target would be $42. Grabbed it for 1,000 shares. So let's see what happens. Jonathan rejected you about moving down to the cover. Yeah, I mean, I took partials, as you know, on the way, but I've got like really, really small size because it started at 304.90. So I don't mind letting it dance a tiny bit. But guys, Moderna, it's a nice pop right there.
Wow, nice. Does it continue? Let's see. This is candle 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it pop, 44, 45 bucks. What a huge move that would be. But I'm not going to be greedy. Bank $1,000 and let the rest run. Okay, here comes mRNA. Look at that go, baby. I will take it all day.
Yep. Good move. Where did you get the news call? Did it just pop up?
Yeah, there's something kind of flu out in Louisiana, I guess, and try to get ahead of that move, which right now it's working out, but I'm not going to wait for it to get to like, $70, $80. I'm going to pay myself, get out of the way. Okay, getting ready to take a partial here on mRNA. There it goes. Get a little more. Okay, there's the exuberance. Let's see a little bit more. 41.60 maybe. Yep. Anybody take this trade with me, mRNA? We're going to take a partial here, folks. Getting ready to take a partial. Bang! We'll take that.
There you go. That's a big, huge move right there.
I will take that all day long. $40 stock, not really my style. Saw the pump, saw it pull back right at the close. We just made $1,000 in like 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Yeah,
I love that.
Well, way to take advantage of it.
Anybody take that? Vincent, maybe. My boy Vincent. All right, here comes all the. Be careful on the pullback too for markets. Probably gonna dump the rest of this coin position, which we paid ourselves, so it doesn't really matter to get back. 40, 50 bucks. I don't mind that. Look at now. Here comes all the FOMO buyers into mRNA.
Yeah, taking it even higher now. Okay, traders, that's going to do it for me. I'm finished for the day here. I'm going to go 3 for 3, a good solid 3 for 3, and all full share size trades. So I want to thank Kev, especially today, for giving me that TSM tip. EVG for some great trading and really great learning experience here on mRNA, taking that news into consideration and making it go. So I'll see everybody tomorrow on a Thursday session. Congratulations those that participated today, and look forward to trading with everybody. Thank you, DVG. Have a great afternoon. And remember, we've got the Fed announcement today at 2 o'clock. DVG will be back then, and I'll see everybody first thing in the morning. Enjoy, my friend. God bless you. Godspeed.
All right. Cheers. I just kind of find it fascinating that they make an announcement like that, news-related stuff, on a day like today. Look what the SPY is doing. Look what the Q is doing. Like, we're seeing some more broad-based selling. News about potential outbreak, etc., some kind. So really starting to look for some shorts here now. Guys, we talked about 606.40 not being a ceiling on the SPY. Look at our high of day today on the SPY. 606.41. I'd say that's a pretty good calculus. I mean, are you kidding me? Moderna should, I took majority of my position off. Now I've got whatever, like it goes back to break even. I could care less. Definitely keeps the powder dry, y'all, as we come into the 2 o'clock session. Should say call. Obviously, trade how you want, when you want, but I'm going to take a small break. Now I put the kettle on. You guys know I like to make my tea and enjoy. But guys, I saw this news and I walked over and I'm like, well, I gotta tell the crew. Guys, watch out for the SPY now and the Qs. I think we're gonna start dumping. So I'm gonna get some put options here on the Qs right now and the SPY. Oh man, come on, really? It's brutal. They're really expensive. What in the world? That's not cheap. Uh, okay. I really don't want to spend this much money on this, but I'll just do half that size. Short SPY, short Qs, put options. You know what? I'm gonna short Meta too. Mm. Let me see where that level is gonna be. Might be actually right here. Got that retest on the 620 level, rejected. I just don't want to see buyers step in right here. Guys, this could be a serious breakdown now. I'm going to add to these put options on the Qs and the SPY, and I'm going to grab a small position here on Meta. Ta-da. All right. It's printing up nice. Here I said I was going to step away, and now I'm stuck in these trades, y'all. And the challenge with options is they can move pretty quickly, and you want to optimize your gains there. Here comes the SPY. Here comes the Qs. Guys, watch this quick snap, and I will take some off so that I can go enjoy my tea. It's just sitting there. Tesla for VWAP reverse possible. Jim loves Tesla. Don't blame him. He's been crushing that trade. Paul, they're both kind of expensive. Both Friday and Thursday, so tomorrow. I don't typically do same day, but pick them up for tomorrow. At the time they were like, at the money, not in the money. So 535 strike. AVGO fell out of bed. Okay, getting it ready here. So 604.61. I want to see snap on the SPY. If it becomes support, I'll take some off. All this is kind of happening quickly, so Qs are paying nicely now. Here comes the snap, 604.61 on the SPY. Be careful, guys. Hopefully don't make an announcement. Haha, just kidding. It wasn't really an issue. It's okay, though. Already paid ourselves on Moderna. Guys, 604.61. I want to see that snap on the SPY, and I will take some off. That's pretty wild. Here comes Meta. At this point, Meta, I may just 610. So I'd love to see on it. This might become more of like a swing trade. I don't know. I mean, I know for sure the Moderna shares, I'm just going to hang on to them until like, I don't know, when they stop. I mean, assuming this is actually real news, and I'll just move my stop loss on the way up. But I just, the fact that this used to be at one point, it was like a $500 stock. It's $40 now. So maybe this is like the moment everyone's been waiting for. I don't know, but is what it is. But like I said, Meta, I don't know. Realistically, if I see a 616 break, I'm expecting 610. But I'll wait. This Moderna trade kind of feels like the QUBT trade that I took when it was like, I think I bought it when it was like $9 maybe, and now it's got up to $24. So it'd be kind of cool if we saw the same move. So yeah, that was on Monday afternoon. Speaking of QUBT, looking great. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's so many stocks, right? But how do you find a way to nail the ones? Well, you gotta have things working in your favor. So, hold on a second. Let me. What's this? Like, Well, that's silly. Why would that happen? Come on. All right. Hold on. All right, getting ready to take some of these put options off the table here. I should see the breakdown on the Qs and the SPY right now. Seeing some folks load up here. They look like sellers. Hopefully they don't get bought up and then move against us on this position. But those sellers are trying to break that level. Let's see what happens. Jim, I have lately. LOL. Oh yeah, Tesla. Yeah, for sure, Jim. Every time I see that now, I'm like, I wonder if Jim. Do you drive a Tesla? Or have you driven a Tesla? No. You own the stock though, right on. Yeah, they're neat cars. Um, yeah, thank goodness for the superchargers and that, but I don't know, man. I sounded like a flat six up to 9,000 or even like a V10 up to, 8,500. It's hard to beat that sound, you know. I'm just a car nut. That's what it is. Well, guys, the games are being played to the max. You see that? I was worried about the snap happening on Meta. Boom. I was worried about a snap happening on the SPY and the Qs. We should have seen the follow through there on both. We saw a lot of price action come in to the sell side. I knew 604.61 was a big level. And guys, we tagged it by, what is that? 2 cents we were off. So now I know, I mean, I'm still hanging on to this position, right? But now I know if we break that level, I'm going to wait to get paid. And the same goes for the Qs. Qs 533.17 is the level, the downside target. If we move anything over this VWAP, though, I'm going to dump it. So who were we talking about coin earlier? These are the games they're playing. Who was that? Jonathan, maybe I want to say. Yeah, Jonathan. This is the games they're playing. I'm telling you. In fact, let me pull up AVGO. I think I actually took out the low today, though. Yeah. So when you look at names like AVGO or even like Coin, and you see these battlegrounds happening, I don't know what else to call it, but it's what it is, right? You've got huge sell off at the open on AVGO. Looks like it's going to break below, 230, right? Because even though that 233 level is kind of held, it snapped below that 233, call it 64 area. Goes down, revisits that area, finds buyers, snaps everybody out, and then just does nothing but sell the rest of the day. So anybody that bought now is, hosed. Take out the low of day, and now you're snapping higher for new buyers. Like they're playing these tricky little games when you're looking at order flow and price action, where they're like, "Hey, we know we're going to pick up, bulls or bears in this situation." So there are traps being set all over the place. So hence why it's important to have stop losses, like on these put options. Bye. Gave back some money there, but we took profit on the way down. That's totally fine. And now watch Coinbase. Let's see. You have a 90 Chevy pickup Firefighter swapped an LS6 from a Corvette. Nice. That's fun. Cheap insured, cheap parts, no debt. Check. Chicks dig it. Nice. Nice. I actually have a friend of mine that did similar. Guys, keep an eye on Tesla ripping. SMCI also on the upside move here. He put twin turbos on it on a Corvette engine swap. I think he was making like 1900 horsepower, something wild. He'd be on the freeway doing like 80, 90 miles an hour, and he'd hit it, and it just smoked the whole rear end. So anyway, dumping and soaking it up. I've seen this every time. Marks it all the time. Yeah, again, it's not uncommon to see a stair step. You know what I mean? Like buy, stabilize, fine. But like now that we're at all-time highs, again, I'm looking at channels. So like for example, SPY 606.40 on the top side, 604.61 to the bottom end of that channel, and then kind of marking these zones like as we move higher or lower in those zones. So like the Qs 536.61 down or bottom range 533.17. And like we saw those levels, like again, this morning, 533.46 got tested. It didn't quite go to 533.17, which is fine. But the trouble I'm having right now is the order flow that's showing up. It literally will, like, hey, we're going to sell 400,000 shares of whatever, right? And you'll see it show up on the order flow, and then they'll pull it. So like on a certain level, let's just say, I don't know, 536 on the Qs. Like it'll show up on your order flow, and then that 400,000 shares or whatever it was, maybe, if you're looking to trade that in your favor, whether it's up or down, whatever you decide, and then they'll just pull that order, so it like spooks the algos basically. So it's kind of like interesting, it's a new thing that I've been noticing, like especially as of late. Guys, Tesla just, I don't know, people are like, hey, J-Powell's coming. Let's buy everything. Let's see. Jonathan, recovery candles and SPY. UG. You want to supercharge it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's cheap horsepower right there. I mean, not to get talking about cars all the time, but I can talk about cars forever. I love them. Love driving them, love drifting them, love racing them. What is going on with Tesla? Guys, 483. 99 is all-time high. 43, 99, all-time high. I mean, after we talked about maybe 490, 495 maybe. Where did I put that? There it is. Mm-hmm. Oops. Perfect example of why partials and paying yourself first matter. Moderna. Big pop. 4160 was target. Nailed it. Got paid. Now it's just, chopping around the break even. Totally fine by me. Well, we got ran over on Meta. No surprise, I suppose. Wanted to see that 620 get retested. We got there and found buyers. So is what it is. If the Qs break the VWAP, I may be tempted to load up on put options into Jerome Powell. But the reality is, we'll probably just wait. So we keep that powder dry. So, by the way, the news was CDC confirms first severe case of H5N1 bird flu in the U.S. Severe case of avian influenza A virus infection in Louisiana. That was the news for the Moderna trade. All right. So this time, seriously, I'm going to go enjoy some tea. We took a couple nice trades, got stopped out, a couple other ones. That's all right. I'm keeping some powder dry. 2 o'clock, y'all. I'll be back. Till then, trade safe. All right, quick sound check. Can you guys hear me for those of you who stuck around? Anybody there? Hey, Vikas, thank you. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. All right. 10 minutes, 11 minutes. We'll get the dot plot. And then at 2:30, so we'll basically get an idea of what things look like at 2. And then at 2:30, Jerome Powell speaks. So we talked about keeping some powder dry so you can trade what happens. I'm doing my best to just be patient. You know, we had a nice green day today. I did, however, take a trade in QMCO. We started with a couple hundred shares, added a few more. Took it for almost 12 points, guys. Huge trade. Circuit breakers got triggered a couple times, and yeah, just a great trade all around. I missed the top by like 60 cents. It sold like $58. That's where I got my final exit. So a great trade in QMCO in the spirit of those quantum stocks. Sorry. All right, so I'm going to steal the screens here in a moment. Just a second. And then let me know if and when you guys can see my screens. Give me a moment. Should be showing up here in a moment. Aloha, Michael. Awesome. I imagine the weather there is a lot nicer than it is here. It's kind of cold here. All right. So keeping an eye on a few stocks. And it is a little bit of a, you know, different swath or breadth of companies. Like anytime, we always start here. A lot of gray, aka flat. So let's get rid of them. Seen quite a bit of red in the health space. Consumer non-durables as well. Yeah, no, it's all right because I wouldn't FOMO that one just yet. I think a lot of that exuberance is gone. But we always start here. And what I like to do is get rid of, you know, what's moving around 1%. Okay, shrinks the list a bit. What's moving around 2%. Also shrinks the list. And then where's the big money moving? In and out of. And there you go. PanW, a little disappointing. If you guys remember, I tried to short that one yesterday. And I didn't even take a look at that. But let's just pull it up real quick. Kind of what I was expecting. You know, big push. Once that split was announced, big push, and then dump. I call that the post-split hangover right there. So unfortunately, missed that, but that's okay. No complaints. Been finding trades and executing them well. So if you keep an eye on the Qs right now, this 535.50 has been this kind of area of consolidation. So we know that's kind of where people are going to start to play. If you notice, the close is not too far away. So about 30 cents away from the close. So it's pretty flat. Yeah, I saw that one as well, Steve, in UKK. I didn't take a trade there, but so here's an interesting one. And I, you know, for those of you who follow along, maybe this helps. I don't know, but high frequency traders will kind of give you an idea in the after hours. So that's why I use after hours quite a bit. Some people don't, which is fine. Everyone has their preference. 536.61 was a previous all-time high once upon a time. Obviously, those highs are now at 539.15 on the Qs. Okay. Like this level, because if you notice, every time we've gotten above it, we sell. Get above it, sell. Get there, sell. Couldn't quite. Then we see high frequency traders tell us what they're kind of expecting in the move right there, which ironically is this 533.17, which was also a previous all-time high. So fascinating, not so much, but important to note, right? So same thing, we pushed in anticipation before market even opened. Once we got to this level, we sold down. Tried to breach it again, we sold down. So if we get above this level, I can give you one guess which way we're going. Looks like that. Okay. That said, if this level continues to be a ceiling similar to 606.40 on the SPY, you can expect that. Okay. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in this move. Now, granted, there's an old saying: if it's in the press, it's in the price. So everyone is anticipating this quarter point, and so what I'm doing is looking at names like IWM. This 23250 area, we saw pre-market 23240 kind of hold that. And what I'm noticing is like people are just trying to hold these levels into this dot plot here in 5 minutes. So keep a close eye on your Qs. Obviously Tesla, strong mover. Yeah, it's down a little bit, but guys have put in an all-time high again today at 488.54. Does it try it again? I don't know. Like, is it 500? I think 490 was like a plausibility back when we were talking about it at like, I think it was 460, I want to say, maybe like right here. And the big reason was 456.25 was like if it reaches that, it's adios amigos. And not to mention, I was talking about it at 414.50, which was, where the heck was that? Right here on this day. What was that? Wednesday? And it was like, hey, blue skies, we don't know where the top's going to be. And so seeing this exuberant push, I'd be really cautious in either direction to scalp, right? Higher or lower. But the big thing I'm going to be keeping on is the Qs. So here's kind of a broader swath that I'm keeping an eye on. QMCO, I'm not disappointed just because we got paid on that already. So if it moves higher, it moves higher. Coin, super volatile today. Super volatile. No surprise, it's coin, right? But CRM, interestingly, kind of surrounding the AI news, one of the first companies that are actually talking about using their product to make money using AI, along with AI and our friends Palantir. Oops. There we go. What's going on here? Yeah. So I think the AI trade kind of holds up and sticks to it, then probably see names like that move. We've got a couple minutes here before they announce whether or not we're basically a dot plot. And then Jerome Powell's going to talk at 2:30. So in anticipation of the dot plot move, let's keep this up for a moment. In a couple minutes here. Again, watch this 536.60 level. And usually the first move is not the definitive move. So if we see a snap up, then down, then snap, usually I'd say about third move is kind of the real move. It's not always true, but we know that 535.50 has been holding quite a bit today. All right, here we go. One more minute. Okay. Get my news up here. And let's get that ready. And listen in when Jerome Powell steps in. So again, 2 o'clock, we'll see the dot plot news, and then 2:30. So we'll probably hold off until Jerome Powell speaks as well. So that's going to give us about another 30 minutes to hang. But we know what's kind of the expected move, right? Give me a second. Pull this information up. There we go. There it is. Okay. Cuts key overnight, 25 basis points, 4.25 to 4.50% range. New projection of 0.5% by next year, 2025. That was expecting more on that rate cut, guys. Okay, now look around. Look at names like Coin, Volatile, Microsoft, holding its VWAP for the time being. Let me pull up Meta real quick, just because I think that's an interesting one. Again, first knee-jerk reaction, we know where are the high-frequency traders, right there. So you snap this level lower, we go short. All right. So I think the troubling thing is 2025. They produced that to 0.5% now. I think it was over 1%. So they're expecting more cuts next year. And by the looks of it, you can see where we're heading. So keeping an eye on this 533.17 level. Notice we got pretty darn close on that initial move down here. Does this turn into support or do we break through? Okay. The one thing that I'm watching now is the SPY at 604.60, 604.61 to be exact. So if SPY gets above 604.61, I'll get bullish. If it continues to reject, then I can get bearish. Oh, so they're staggering it now. 0.5% in 25 and then 0.5% in 26. So they're still getting that full point, but it's over a course of 2 years instead of 1 year. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's a divided group. So 19 officials see no cuts in 25, 3 see 1 cut, 10 see 2 cuts, and 3 see 3 cuts. So that's not good. 19 of those officials think there will be no cuts in 25. So that could change things. Let's look at IWM. I'll probably short the heck out of it in a moment. Yep. You see that? So that 232.50 big level. I'm gonna probably see if I can get a short in this area, 231.87 maybe if I can. If not, I might just market order, start building a position to the downside because that'll impact small cap big time. That'll basically postpone them getting funds for 2 years. All right. So 231.50, we're in short IWM 231.50. So if it snaps up to 80, whatever, that's fine. I'll wait. But I have a feeling this has some real momentum to the downside. We break the close, which is right down here, 231.07, call it. It's called 231. I'll add. I'll keep my stop pretty tight on this. So let's give it 50 cents, 232. They're talking unemployment rate now. 4.3% unemployment rate at the end of 2025 versus 4.4. So they're seeing less unemployment, which is good. I don't know how they're gonna. Yeah, I don't know if that's entirely accurate though. I get it. They're the big boys. They get to tell us what it is, but it doesn't really make a ton of sense. We're anticipating a more inflationary environment and harder to lend. Companies won't be able to borrow, especially small caps, and therefore consumers won't be able to borrow, which means rates for consumers are likely going to go higher for credit cards and things of that nature. So let me look at, I know Lowe's reports, yeah, you can see it impact Home Depot big time. Lowe's probably the same, yeah. But Lowe's is reporting, so maybe not as much movement. There's the break on IWM. We're going to add here, load it up. I want to get like 3 or 4 points out of this thing now. Here we go. Watch the Qs, guys. Qs snapping down, down, down. All right. Okay. IWM, we're up a point now. Guys, aggressive selling coming. Watch coin now as well. Coin really, really fighting it. There goes the move on IWM. We should get 230 pretty comfortably. I'm going to probably take a small trim partial here, IWM, because we're up a point. Just give me a second. Yep. We'll wait. IWM still has more. I'm seeing all the sellers stack up. Let's get the low 230s, 230, 20 maybe. Let's see if we get it. We're up over a point, and we added through the close. So that's a good trade here. Okay. Okay. There it is. Close enough for me. Right there. We got our target, guys. Cha-ching. Amazing. Big trade. Big trade. I'll take it. Home Depot, good to short. I'd stay away from Tesla. Tesla could be building a squeeze. So I would say stay away from Tesla for now. HD, missed that short, but would have been a great one. Snowflake's probably biting it down too. Yep. Apple pulling back. NVIDIA probably too. Yep. Guys, IWM. Did anybody take this with me? Anybody? Take a little more off here. Huge move. Wow. Guys, and then here's so I'm gonna pull this up. There's the Qs. Okay. We talked about the levels. Let me pull up big chart. There it is. 533.17 is kind of what you wanted to see it break. It did. And now, guys, 530.61, likely logical next stop. So is this an undercut? If we start pushing back through this level, it might be a good opportunity to get somewhat bullish, but scalp, because this is a pretty decent sell-off. Again, what I'm anticipating is 530 now, 61. Easy reality on the Qs. In fact, let's see. Instead of shorting the Qs, I shorted IWM, which I'm not mad about, but frankly, I just didn't want the extra risk in price. But 530.60 is basically, I don't want to say it's 100% guarantee, but decent probability. Okay, looking like Costco, guys. Costco really getting beat down. Coin for sure, risk off. Okay. So you could short coin right here now under this, 301. I don't think we're turning back here for a while, guys. We're down 1% now on the Qs. Apple holding up pretty well. Meta's about, if Meta takes out 620, that could be fun. Watching that close right now. IWM, guys, amazing. Amazing trade. We're up huge right now, guys. Put options that I had on SPY are worth megabucks now. 600.86. So I'm going to take majority of my put options on the SPY right now. Let's see. IWM should now break 229. So anything in the 228, I'm going to take majority of that position out. SPY right now is 600.86. It's there. Just crushed right through it. So I think there's still room in the tank now for an undercut on the SPY. So if you're going to get long now on the SPY, wait for it to undercut 600.86. If we get back through that level, then you can likely get long. I would be very cautious though, because this is some pretty serious selling pressure. Anything in 228 on IWM, I will take majority of my position out. Nice 2 points. Romans, you did. Mike P, you did. Cool. Romans, yep, you got it. No problem, man. Paul, awesome. IWM with 2 points. Vikas, awesome. You know, I don't know, guys. Look, we're here to help and grow the community, etc. But there's sometimes, every once in a while, I'm like, it would be really cool is if, and I've seen it, and this is why I'm trying to use social and such. If you take a trade and it works out for you, sometimes there's people that are generous and they'll send, I don't want to say a tip, right? But that's, for lack of a better word, it's kind of what it is. It's not so much that I would need that, right? I mean, you guys are part of the community. I want to grow that. But it is pretty neat. Like I've seen people do it on YouTube and stuff like that. I have no idea how to set that stuff up. But it's appreciated. Like the fact that you guys are able to listen, take a trade, and benefit from it. Look, like I love that part. That's amazing. I'll tell you what, these cameras weren't cheap. I'm pretty sure I'm going to make a bunch of mistakes when I start creating more social. Guys, keep an eye on Meta here. 620. You see that level break? I mean, I might really dump into it, but here's the thing. Keep an eye on the SPY. So we barely undercut that 600.86. I want to see a real aggressive push now underneath that level. And if we lose that level, well, I get paid on IWM. Steve, it sounds like you probably shorted Tesla, right? I imagine. It's not too much of a sell-off on Tesla. That's what's trouble. I know it's still 5 points, so congrats on that move, Steve. But what I'm concerned about is like, look, if we go to here and we go to here for a moment, forget all these lines. I get it. It looks like a lot, but we are still in bullish territory. Okay. So a pullback, I would say realistically to 530 to anywhere from 530 to 524 is healthy. Now you guys remember I talked about a 5 to 6% pullback. That puts us right about there by the end of the year. So 506, is that right? Looks like, yeah. Let's call it 506, 508 by the end of the year. Now I get it. Anything's possible, right? Anyways, it's just kind of important to note. Guys, I'm getting ready to take a big chunk off this IWM trade. Huge trade now. Let's go. Let's go. And hopefully it helps as I'm explaining it, I'm reading the chart, reading the dot plot, etc. More importantly, like when you have a conflicted members talking about types of cuts, that's uncertainty. All right, guys, close enough on IWM. I'm going to take a big chunk off here. It can still go, and I have some runners. But, guys, can't lose now on that trade, okay? So congratulations for looking good. Well, I'm still watching Meta big time. Costco down big. HD on its way down to snap 400. That thing breaks 400. I mean, adios. I'm kind of tempted to short it here. You guys remember I wanted to swing this particular stock. Do you remember that? 428. I got stopped out. Had a second chance. Didn't take it. I was trying to, get better at swing trading. I did 30 points on 100 shares. Some decent chunk of change. Yeah, because that's the level I'm watching right now on Meta 620. The only trouble is so they had some news, and the fact that it's holding right now, and it's been kind of dancing at 620 kind of all day. Could be interesting. I've been looking at names like Snowflake. Snowflake is probably going to bite it here pretty soon. Because the big thing is, so I'll give you an example. So Apple has a ton of cash. They don't need to borrow money. In fact, a lot of the big commercial banks are trying to get companies like Apple to ask for money because they can back it with cash and then name their own terms. Guys, look at IWM. Game on, baby. Game on. I'm going to add a couple more shares. Not a full size position or anything. Just we took a big chunk off. Now we got the 228 drop, so I'm going to add a few more just to take advantage of it. Because I don't anticipate this thing bouncing at this point. 228. I mean, it can really go. This is the space that's likely going to be impacted the most. IGV is probably going to get hit pretty bad. Yep. Banks. Yep. And then I'm going to probably start a short position on right here, MasterCard. This will be a swing trade. I've been wanting to short this thing for like the last, I don't know, week or two. We'll talk about it yesterday even. But I saw this aggressive push to 537, and I'm like, I guess maybe I'm early. And, missed out on 7 points. But I don't know. This could mean more charge-offs for MasterCard. Obviously, majority of their revenue comes from actual vendors. So, but for banks, charge-offs, basically imminent. That's what this means. So, hope everyone has a wonderful Christmas and all, but be careful. Don't load up your credit cards because your rates are going to go up more than likely. JPM, again, contemplating a big short here. It's too far down, though. All right, Meta looks kind of interesting here. Let's see what happens. 620, I want to see a snap down to like, I don't know, 615. We'll nibble. Meta, 620. It's a nibble, so I can always add. JPM, though, this thing, remember, put in 254 all-time highs not too long ago. A couple weeks ago, maybe. So this is not the news you want in banking. And you guys remember the two big sectors that you want to see for markets to move higher. I know all of you know this by now. but humor me. What are the two sectors? The only reason I'm asking is this idea of repeating. I got it. It could be kind of annoying, but ultimately, guys, like it's to keep an eye out, right? And start not only thinking for yourself, but as you're making these trades and you're seeing the dot plot, etc., that you might have an opinion counter to mine, and that's totally fine, you know. But being able to decipher that information can be an incredibly powerful set of compendium of knowledge, I would say. All right, meta should snap now. And if it bounces higher, I'm not going to give it a whole lot of room to run me over. Again, it was a small size. If I see a break underneath 619, then I'll probably hit it. And keep in mind, we still have Jerome Powell who gets to speak. Rocky, I actually did a whole video on that. If you want to reach out to Clifton, it is for. I take it you're a member now, not free trial. Hopefully, Rocky. You guys can hear me, right? Let's see, Snowflake. Oops. I mean, I kind of like it at 170, but well. All right, this is what I want to see right here. Okay, let's pull the SPY up here for a second. Big All right. Sorry about that, guys. I had like a power surge at our place here, so my computer just shut off. I was like, hey, this is exactly what I want to say, and he's gone. Sorry about that, y'all. Can you see my screen? Should be up. If not, let me stop sharing. Sorry about that. So now, looking at Meta, and the reason I said this is exactly what I want to see. So notice this level. We talked about it together, 530.61, right? We tagged it twice, right? Undercut just slightly. Now when we see this breakdown coming, load the boat to the downside if it breaks, okay? So worth noting, I did grab some put options on the Qs for a 530 strike tomorrow when this bounce happened. I had to do it on my phone. That's why it took a while to get back. Sorry for that. But that's exactly what I want to see. I want to see it bounce and then go back through. Now with Meta, I'm going to add. There we go. Let's see some continuation now through those names. AMD crashing, JPM also, Snowflake also. This is the expected move I was thinking on Snowflake, IWM. Look at that 227 print now. Apple had some news. All right, gonna take some more off of IWM. If you remember, partial, another partial, add, now taking another partial. Zero risk on this trade. Okay. Waiting for Meta now to completely tank. I want to see that low of day get taken out. So I want to see a 616, 615 print, and it should happen any moment now. Big drop coming. Now keep in mind, I want to take as much money as I can off this before Jay Powell starts talking, because we can easily snap higher. Right? Worth noting, all-time high on Meta, 638. So if he says something that's wonderful, boom, this thing could take off. But we are up now 3 points on Meta. Those of you guys took the trade with me. Okay, what's he talking about now? Looking for that 2% long-term goal, sure. Okay, gonna take some off of Meta. Not a huge trade, but now that he's talking, I don't want to risk getting snapped out of this. So I'll wait for maybe another minute or so. Interesting. Reducing their security holdings. What does that mean? So if you're not listening in, I highly recommend that you do. See what Jerome Powell's saying. Okay, we're going to get all out IWM. Now, keep in mind, so now he's talking, and ironically, notice the levels and how important they are. There's your undercut. Then you can get long here, okay? So no big deal, but wage growth is eased, averaging 173,000 a month. Unemployment rate's higher than it was a year ago, 4.2. In November, it's remained low. He's saying, okay, but here's the trouble, though. In the report that they just put out today, along with the dot plot, they're saying that unemployment's going to get like better, meaning less people are going to be unemployed. But it's like in line right now, 4.3%. I mean, it's the same thing. So how are you expecting that to happen? And you're going to keep rates higher for longer? Not raising rates, but you're just keeping them higher for an extra year. Algo's trying to buy the hype. No big deal. We'll be patient. Trimmed up on Meta. We're all out the IWM trade. So I'm not angry about that at all. That was a nice trade. I'm watching JPM now. Depending on what JPal says now, this can either spike this thing or collapse it. Keep an eye also on HD. These are also talking about housing. Here we go. It's talking about neutral setting. Wait for it. Watching JPM here, guys. Here comes Meta. Watching 236 on JPM, y'all. Let me see what CRM's doing. What else? What are you guys watching? Man, I missed that short on CRM too. Ideal target Meta would be 612. I don't know if we're gonna get it today though. We'll see. We see a 616 snap down though. I can hang on to at least 615 print. Keep an eye on Microsoft as well. Interesting. Okay. Reverse repo rates. Okay. Okay, really watching banks now. So for those of you guys don't know what reverse repo is, check it out. But it's how kind of I'd say banks lend each other money, essentially. It's not the exact explanation, but it's an easier way to think of it. You have cash on deposit. That's technically a liability for a bank. Yes, you can count it as assets, but it's technically a liability because you now have to keep that cash on hand. So oftentimes they will swap those around via reverse repos and get a rate from the Fed. And they're saying that that rate is going to get reduced. So all this, everyone's getting excited about a rate cut, but what this means is that money's going to get more expensive to come by. Which you would think it's the opposite, but it's not. Because it's going to be for a longer duration, basically the entire rest of the year. So instead of 2025, they're now expanding to 2026. So therefore, like, you're going to have to tighten underwriting parameters and how much you lend, unless they improve reverse repos, which right now they're kind of taking that away from banks, because a lot of times banks will use that to make money. Like during COVID, that like reverse repos were like, I don't know, $100 billion maybe at its all-time high or something like that. And then it went to like $5 trillion. You know, like what? So, all right, here comes Meta. Microsoft now just outside of its 2 standard deviations here. Guys, JPM can really, really bite right now. And I don't really want to short it here at the bottom, but I'm gonna wait for 236 to get. If 236 breaks out, then we move higher on JPM. Well, maybe skip the 100-inch TV this Christmas, y'all. All right, JPM long over 236. If it doesn't get above there, I'm going to short it. And I might just do a market order. Man. As I mentioned, Microsoft on its 2 standard deviations, expecting a bounce there, because that's a pretty deep cut. But if it continues, I mean, a real sell-off happens, because now algos are stepping in, watching levels, watching mathematically where things can move. But the Q's now looking like it's about to forfeit the low of session here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. California just issued a emergency for bird flu. We took this earlier today when that bird flu got hit in Louisiana and it announced and made, quick bucks. Then it got stopped out just like right around my entry-ish. I think I gave it like 15 cents. Nothing too crazy, but I might be open to getting back in here. 39.90 mRNA. $39.90. Oh, Rocky. I don't know if I can answer that right now. I'm keeping an eye on kind of what's moving around right now. Okay, JPM's in trouble now. JPM's in big trouble. Hold on. Time to grab some options on that one. Minimize my downside. Give me a second, guys. put together a spread here. GPM, possibly if it's cheap enough. Maybe. Ah, he's jumping on it. You know what? I won't take it. I won't take GPM. Yeah, Rocky, no worries. It's not that I'm not trying to ignore the question. It's just a, you know, I'm kind of waiting on this announcement all day, and I'm listening in. So, Moderna, Rocky, is going to be to the upside. This is more of a speculative move. If that catches wind for a state of emergency in the state of California, vaccine names are going to probably jump. Not 100% guaranteed, right? It's a speculative move. So it totally could go against. That's what I try to do here. And I heard about the news for first confirmed case of that bird flu in Louisiana, and it shot up, and we banked it. So if we can try it again, and then we actually get follow through up to like 42, 43, that'd be pretty sweet. You know, but my risk pretty low. You know, I'd risk it to about right here. Was that 39.45? So 45-cent risk for a 3-point potential upside. I'll take that risk. Guys, Meta, please break down. It's about time. Right on. Thanks, Rocky. Yep. Guys, CRM was a trade I really wanted to take short. I missed it. Totally missed it, but that's all right. Now it's crashing. Ooh, good response, Jerome Powell. Good response. Guys, keep an eye on the Qs now. We're now breaking 530. SPY under 600 now. Risk off. What's Coin doing? Anybody looking at Coin? Probably tanking. Yep. Sure enough. Anybody take Coin to the downside? Because that was kind of a dead giveaway trade right there. I really, guys, you know, I'm 0 for 8 on Apple. Actually, 1 for 8 because I did take a partial for shorting it. And trust me, I was watching this as it's printing all-time highs. And we have a rule: don't short stocks putting in all-time highs. But with news like this, that would have been amazing to take it for, you know, a point or two. Just as like, I don't want to call it a revenge trade, but you know, like, come on, let me get two for 9. You know what I mean, guys? Qs are really breaking down now. This meta trade, we're at 615. I'm gonna wait for the big sell that's coming. Probably break 615. If we do, I'm gonna get ready to take a big chunk off. Q's really selling now. I'm a no trade on Moderna. It's okay. I might actually be able to move my entry lower, 39.75. Okay, watching Meta's L2 right now. Here it comes. There's some sellers. Stack them. There we go. Come to Papa Meta. Yeah, baby. All right. I'm going to take some off in 3, 2, 1. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right. That's good enough. Not too shabby. 5 points. 4.5. Whatever. Not too shabby. Hopefully some of you guys took that trade with me. Brilliance. My SPY and Q's options are mega printing now. Big time. Holy mackerel. Wow, there's the break I wanted on Meta. 614. Now 612 is next stop. So I'll partial it at 612, and then whatever happens, happens. This is awesome. I mean, it's terrible for markets, but we're in position. Wow. All right. Gonna take some of my SPY options off and my Q options as well. Guys, we had a massive day today. Absolutely massive day. Moderna, no trade. Okay. But I'm going to keep an eye on it because if that news becomes real, that state of emergency, vaccines are going to go nuts probably. So it's a speculative trade. Obviously, Moderna has been beaten down 3% today. But you saw what happened as soon as that one case was announced. Bam, it jumped. So can it happen? Sure. Will it happen? Who knows? So look, I'm going to dissect more of this information, really get kind of a harder review on some of what he's saying, because he's saying a lot right now. And I think right now the trouble with a lot of times with these guys is they don't really offer forward guidance. They're like, oh, we need more data. We need more data. Well, you get data after the fact. So it's like, trying to drive a car straight looking in your rearview mirror. You know what I mean? So guys, CRM really selling off. We named a few trades today, guys. You could have taken any one of them, but unfortunately, time and money is limited. There's that break on JPM. This thing's gonna really start scooting to the downside, I think. Probably 232.50. Let me see what the L2 looks like. Okay. So no trade Moderna. That's okay. I am gonna watch it though. That's not good words there, Jerome Powell said that the labor market is cooling. Not to mention, I don't know if you guys have been watching, but several big companies have been issuing additional layoffs, a few hundred people at a time. Right on the cost. Cool. Sounds like you took that trade with me. Sweet. I'm actually worried about banks right now. What's Netflix doing? NFLX. Oh. And Costco. Wow, down to 973. Costco is without a doubt my that and Palo Alto Networks. You guys remember I was trading that on Monday, and I'll put it this way. I got the trade right. I just got in at the wrong time, which means technically I got the trade wrong. So I can't take credit for it. But my target was 970 on Costco. And the reason was I was looking at the volatility in the earnings based on the options chain, and that was what was baked in. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. It is what it is, but it hurts. It hurts to see that. And then Palo Alto Network, same thing. Target was like 195, but it jumped to 207 before it went to 195. It happens. Guys, keep an eye on JPM. 232 coming. 232. Almost a guarantee. I can't say that. Cue the disclaimer. It's just an opinion, not financial advice. So the trouble now is where do you bounce? And if you're not looking at levels, you'll have a hard time. So right now, as an example, SPY just cut under 59822 was another big level. Just broke it. If it bounces back through there, yeah, we could still rally higher. Qs 52996 was a level. We broke through that. Now the next logical level to try to the downside would be 52672 on the Qs. And what's kind of nice is, especially with these options that I had, the way we talk about partials, it's the same concept. So the faster you move, in my case, they were puts. So the faster you move away from the number, like the more alpha you'll gain out of that trade. All right, y'all. Well, I can't take credit for the down 6%, 5 to 6% by the end of the year, considering we moved higher first. I will say though, I was kind of seeing the Santa Claus rally come early this year. I don't think we're going to rally anymore. Until we start seeing some more decent news. Maybe we start stabilizing, chop around a little bit. But so again, can we bounce from here? Sure. But we're breaking a ton of levels right now on the SPY, like a hot knife through butter. And the same thing with the Qs. So I suppose a broken clock is right twice a day, isn't it? So you guys are probably tired of hearing me talk about shorting these markets, but today is the beginning of a takedown. We'll probably find a bounce on the SPY soon. Also on the Qs, remember we said 52672. We're at 52744, so we'll probably strike, break, undercut that a tiny bit, and then maybe bounce, maybe, just so that people feel like markets are still going to move higher. But I don't know. This doesn't look good. $447 big level for Microsoft. So let's see if we get a little bit of a hop here, and if we do, I'll short it. Missed the short on JPM, guys. Oh well, we have a point on it, but I do think 232 is a reality. Okay, there it is. We just tagged it 52672 and broke it. So we'll probably see some bouncing around here. So if you are short, rule number one, pay yourself first. I'm going to take some more off meta here. These put options on the SPY and Q though, they just keep printing. So I'm gonna wait. Wow. Well, there goes JPM, Tesla. Wow, big pullback on Tesla. Who took that earlier? Who was that? Someone took it for like 5 points. Did you leave any runners? Hopefully. Who was that? Is that Steve, maybe? Yeah, I think it was Steve. There goes JPM. Bye-bye. Here comes Meta. We've got a tiny bit left on Meta. Now I'm going to take some more off the Qs here because I think we're going to bounce at this level in the Qs. Maybe try to be range bound here. We'll see. Notice, guys, these were here before we even talked about any of this stuff. It's the benefit of planning. It's the benefit of having a plan when you're trading. Okay. We talked about these levels well in advance. Hopefully, you guys are able to mark them and keep an eye on them. You'll notice we bounced off of that level, got up to here, and then once we lost that level, we have not looked back. And all these levels below, previous all-time high, previous all-time high, previous all-time high. And we're just snapping down further and further and further. I had like trend lines and stuff mapped out and took those off just because this is already a lot on one chart, to be honest. And here's the troubling part. This is where an anchored VWAP sits from previous highs. So I'm not saying it has to go down here, but we did talk about it. Did say 5 to 6%. And that puts us right about there, 511. Can we do that in one shot right now? Guys, if we do, that's terrible. But anything can happen. So we should see a bounce here and then see if we can hold this range. So like in here. Okay. No guarantees. But if bulls want any chance of continuing to keep this market propped up, we need to see some stabilizing, at least in this range. The trade I missed. You ready for it? Watching it right here at the 200 EMA, so 352 area. And, well, needless to say, left some money on the table. Guys, this help at all? Useful? I know we got a smaller crew. I thought for sure we'd get some more people coming back in. Because as traders, we wait for this type of data. This is a big deal. These kind of days, like the only reason I'm here at 3 o'clock is because as traders, like we wait for these kind of days versus the sideways choppy action where you lose money this way or that way. You're, trying to get 60 cents here or there. This is a decisive issue for markets. Like look how much we've given back in one report. This entire run up from the 12th. Like look at that. That's huge. So 524 now is the next target. 524. Isn't that wild though? Like we broke this level, broke like 52538. Maybe we start to slow down again. I don't know, but this is getting heavy quick. All right, guys, I'm going to take the last chunk off of Meta probably here. 612 was my target. I couldn't believe that we actually hit it, but we just did. So I'm going to leave really small share size. And then I'm going to leave one contract on SPY and Qs. All right, so I'm going to go back to Rocky. You had a question. How to mark levels. So before I do that, any questions about any stocks you guys are looking at the moment? I'll pull it up real quick. Anybody? If not, I'm going to answer Rocky's question. Many of you guys kind of know how I mark levels, but all right, so Rocky, I'm going to go big chart real quick. All right, so I don't know. Let's pick a stock. Name one. I don't know. Rocky, do you have a stock you want me to pick, or just go ahead and pick one? Guys, the importance of levels. Look at this. 52404. Can you believe it? We're on our way. We're a point away from this complete. Like we gave it all back. 2%. 2%, guys. In one move. Boom. This is why, it's important that we're in these sessions. Wow. Guys, give me 1 second here. Unbelievable. No way. What? Okay. All out SPY and Qs put options. I can't believe it. It could still go, but guys, I am blown away. Up massive on those put options. Like I don't think I need to trade the rest of the week. All right. So let's look at, you said NVIDIA. Okay. Pull that up. Let me do this. Okay. All right. So I'll make this real easy. You ready? So this is NVIDIA. Just the chart on a daily. Always start higher time frames. Always do what? Start with higher time frames. Okay. So first and foremost, when you look at charts like this on a daily basis, weekly basis, even monthly basis, you'll start to see confluence in levels. We're at one right now. Why? Because last time we saw this level hit, buyers tried to buy, now selling to that level. So 132.10. And then what I typically will do as an example, where are you? So what I'll typically do, if I'm bullish on the name, only if and only if, I will turn this into a buy zone. Maybe even tighten it up a bit. So if you guys remember, I think it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, I was talking 127 to 128, right? And it moved higher. We got paid on it. Awesome. But that's kind of an easy way to start looking at it. And I'm just using this because it's, I'd say, somewhat relatively recent price action. When you see those levels that I have marked up on the Qs, I know it's a lot of lines, but I always mark every time the Qs or the SPY put in an all-time high, I mark those levels. Okay, so like an example, let's say NVIDIA, I would definitely put one here, right, at its all-time high. And then I personally will change, make it look green or something like, something that will mean more to me than probably you guys. But at the same time, same way that I did the long positions, this is how I'd start looking for short positions. Every time we got up in this level, sell, sell. Never got up there again, right? Now that's a, it's easy to do that after the fact. That's kind of the point of having the plan. And then in between all this, you can mark this up however you want when you start looking at 5-minute, 15-minute, hourly, right? So like right now, when we looked at it daily, doesn't look like that big a deal. But when I zoom into a 5-minute, check it out. We're kind of in that buy zone. But if we start breaking this area, I then start looking where the high frequency traders were. It's right here. So 131.42, maybe we find buyers in that area. And if we don't, and we break that level, well, down we go. And then you want to look for, do we breach this level? And then you can add to your short position, right? So I know that's like an oversimplification, but you do this times, when you're looking at a 5-minute, this looks like a pretty interesting level. Why? Because it was a top here. So I would say look left. So here was support. Here we broke down, broke down, broke down, broke down. Tried to breach, didn't quite get it. Then we opened, took it out, and off we went, right? So there's a level. And then once we got back to that level and we didn't hold it, what did we do? We sold off. So like, you can use this however you want, and I'm oversimplifying it, but you can almost look at any chart the same exact way. Ideally ones that are more liquid, because if you start looking at, random, penny stocks and stuff like that, it becomes really hard to chart and make sense of anything because the behavior is way different, right? I don't know. Does that help, Rocky? Sold mine before Fed on your puts, Paul. Oh no, really? That's too bad. That's too bad, Paul. Yeah, again, like everyone does this differently. That's part of the reason, like I want to get some of y'all on the on here to kind of share your style, etc. But like I'm trying to oversimplify this because there's a lot that goes into it when you start looking at, okay, what are not only key levels, but like what type of candle pattern is there? If you're not familiar with candlestick patterns, research it, learn it, master it, because that's one piece of it. At the end of the day, trading psychology super important. Trade management, I would argue, is like one of the most important things. I've been talking about doing this, like creating principles of trading and then rules of trading, and you need them. You need both. But if you don't know your style and you don't have your edge, right? Like you run a huge risk of just blowing up your account. And it's okay with being wrong. Like that's part of this business. Part of this business is, hey, I'm going to take an entry. Look at Meta, right? 620, I knew it was level, right? Got in at 620. I was willing to let it bounce. It was a small position. I want to see what it would do. If it bounced up to like 622, I'd have been out of the position. Got to 621, failed, added basically right at my entry. And we took it for what? I don't even know. 9 points? Yeah, 9 points, 8 points, whatever. I mean, that's my risk on that. You guys talk about R, okay? It's a 4 to 1. 4 to 1 risk reward. So risk $2 to make $8. Now, was I hoping for $8? Yes. Am I surprised that I got it all in like one big move? Yeah, I am. But that's the point. Like you have to be willing to pay yourself on the way there, which is what we did. So I don't know if that helps, Rocky, but big thing is when you're looking at charts, everyone looks at them differently. Everyone analyzes stuff differently. But for me, I add every single advantage I could possibly have. Charting, levels, candlestick patterns, price action, level 2, options chains, macro news, right? Because you have fundamental. It's like, for example, Meta, I think is overvalued personally. But that's a personal opinion. It's also because I've done my homework and I look at their, reports. But fundamentally, like everyone has a different edge. Some people, they're really great at just having that conviction and YOLOing a trade, we'll say. That's never really been my style, other than my portfolio, which, admittedly, I own some Meta, I own Nvidia, I own kind of the big names, but that portfolio is there for a reason. It just stays there, you know. So over time, it's going to make me money. Like my entry on, I think my cost basis on Meta is like $90 or something like that. It's like super cheap. JP Morgan, for example, I think I own it like $38, maybe $42, something like that. But ultimately, like everyone has an edge. So you just got to find what is your edge, what makes you a different trader, what makes you. That's all you really need. You need to be able to win 55% of the time in this game. And you guys have seen it. Like when I'm wrong on a trade, I'm out. And sometimes it sucks, Costco, perfect example. Shorted it here, got run over at 996. Was tempted to revisit it here, but at that point I was like, well, I took a haircut on it for like I think it was like 3 or 4 points. And my target, look, it's already there, 970.41. I'd say we're pretty darn close to that. When we talk about horseshoes and hand grenades, and the reason is, you guys are asking, there's your earnings. Did the math, figured out that's the low side. We shorted it that morning, and we took it for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 points, made money, then turned around, got stopped out on the runners, no big deal, made money. And then I was watching, okay, why is it popping up over here? And it did it again the second day for a retest. That's on me. I should have known better. I was looking at this as the retest and the sell-off, and it started happening. And I'm like, oh man, I missed it. And I was like, okay, well, maybe we get continuation from here to complete the move to the downside. Well, instead, it retested the highs. So, and I journaled that. That was like my takeaway. Mistake. Boom, right there, right in front of you. And I gave it too much to run, but it happens. Like being able to stick to your plan, even if it means you take the L, fine. But imagine if I waited on PanW. So there's another example. Oops, again, can't type. It's Palo Alto Networks. Okay, talked about the split. Came in here, right? Target was 195 on Palo Alto Networks for it to go down. Okay, got in here, short, went there, paid myself a partial, went back up. Thought we were doing okay. Held, was waiting for a break, didn't happen, went against me, got out of the position. Now, granted, this ain't a retest. This was a potential breakout. It just happened to get rejected. So realistically, it could have come back in over here, but I wasn't watching it. And now it's at 190. So instead of maybe using shares, I could have used options, maybe on day 2. Like right up in there at 205. But I didn't. So coulda, shoulda, woulda. It is what it is. Right? Rocky, how long have you been trading? I don't want to pick on you, but since you're commenting. I appreciate it. I appreciate the back and forth. But oh, you just started a month ago. Oh man, yeah, there is a lot to learn. Trading psychology, there's plenty of books on it. I recommend read a few. It's a good thing. Because the biggest thing about this business isn't just understanding charts. I know that that's kind of how everyone pitches it. But like today, for example, they're talking fundamentals in this call. Like I'm listening to Jerome Powell as I'm trying to talk. It's not perfectly easy, but what they're talking about right now has a macro impact, and it just so happens it has an impact on markets like more broadly. So understanding like what does it mean, like when they're talking about, okay, guys, here's JPM. We talked about a couple minutes trades, CRM, JPM. Hopefully you guys took one of them, some of them, all of them. I don't know. But it's not just charts. I'll say that. I know a lot of people kind of pitch it that way. Charts help to visual representation of what's going on. But understanding like what they're talking about when they're saying, hey, instead of next year, we're going to get the full 1% that we were anticipating in 2025. it's going to be extended to 26. And by the way, labor markets are softening, getting weak. Like that's all bad. I'm not going to say it's terrible, but it's not what markets are anticipating. Now here's good news. I know 147 is a big level on Chevron. I do like it here. This is a swing trade, admittedly, for me. This 147, 146 area. I don't mind hanging on to it for a little bit, okay? But I will be building this position over time. If in the event we start moving higher, target there's going to be about 160. But I don't mind holding on to this for, a lot longer, kind of into 25. In the spirit of trying to add to my arsenal of skill sets, swing trading is definitely one of them. Let me pull this up real quick, guys, because we are at 2.3%. All right, who's giving me, who owes me a big bonus if that 5-6% happens? So 5-10 by the end of the year. So Rocky, are you a member? Are you on the free trial? Forgive me, I don't have that stuff in front of me. That's all Clifton. You're on free trial? Okay, I highly recommend you join. Not just for, hey, here's a trade, take it. Like that's, it's not entirely what this community is about. Like there's a lot of great traders here. The idea is so that you're not trading alone. You can learn a lot from other members here. And even especially if you're new, right? Bouncing ideas off. Like I know sometimes people will post something like, hey, coin 305 question mark. Well, what we're trying to encourage here in the community is kind of, okay, if you ever want to take a trade, analyze what are you risking. For example, we talked about, I used Meta as an example. 620, I know was a big level all day, just kind of bouncing, 620, 620, 620, 620, right? I was watching it like, okay, 622, if it starts pushing over, then, probably get out of this thing. And I knew my risk going into the trade. But we started with a small share size. As soon as I got back through 620, because there's a rule around here, do not add to losing trades. Do not add to losing trades. Only add to winning trades. So once we got back into our, our level, we added and we took advantage of the full move. But there's other members in this community, a lot of great members in this community that post their trades, share their thoughts, and it's the same concept, right? Like, hey, I'm going to take this trade. Here's my risk. Here's what my target is going to be. And the idea behind it is that you find like-minded traders, maybe that trade certain stocks that you like to trade. But fundamentally, like the idea is so that you learn from the community, from Scott, myself, Aggie. We've got quite a bit of experience in this room, so highly recommend. Please join. Scott and I are trying to grow this community to 350 members in 2025. I'm going to start creating more social media content. Scott's going to be doing the same. But we've been at this for a while, and the difference is like him and I are trying to make this a business. At the end of the day, like we're not getting rich off of the community just yet. And what we're trying to do is use this community to give back, so we can have summits and events and guest speakers and this kind of stuff, right? Because typically you got to pay people to be on and speak on their behalf if they're pros that have been doing this forever or whatever. Some of them will do it for free, but typically, if you're saying, hey, we're having a summit, come speak for an hour. You know what I mean? Like people want to get paid for that. And we're trying to do that for this community. Again, no guarantees, no promises, but like right now we're just not there yet. And we need your help. We need help for those of you guys watching YouTube, come join us, right? In one trade that you took today, this afternoon, I guarantee you, if you took any of the trades I posted, you did okay. You definitely paid more than that $140 or whatever, $145, $144. So if you thought about joining, I would highly recommend that you do. It helps us, make us know that we're doing something right here, and get access to the members here as well. Like IWM guys, look at that, 7 points Like that's, come on. Right on. Cool, Rocky. Well, we hope to have you. I noticed the name. Again, I know we're getting some new members joining, people coming in on free trials, and that's all wonderful. Jerome Powell is officially done speaking. I'm gonna have to go back and dissect a ton of it, but at the end of the day, I kind of shared the bullet points based on what I heard. But do markets bounce? I don't know. I actually think this could be the beginning of that 5 to 6% pullback I've been talking about for, I don't know, a month, 2 months. So didn't want to sound like a broken clock, but the reality is I think I was calling for it right around here maybe. Mark, you probably remember. I don't remember exactly where it was, but I was definitely wrong in the sense that yes, we did push higher. So I was anticipating it maybe in this area, 5 to 6% pullback. So that would put us right about there, 504. But we did get the push, and I mentioned the next day when we pushed higher, I said, well, maybe we push higher 2 or 3% so that we can get back 6%. So net, we're down 3% from this target. And if you go down 3% from there, where does that put us? Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, about right. So that 515 area maybe. So I'd say now this is a reality. This is a complete change of character in the chart. For us to bounce like to these all-time highs with this data, someone has to come out with something. Or people just get, super giddy and do a Santa Claus rally. So anyhow, look, it's already, market's going to close here in the next, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. Hopefully these type of sessions are valuable for the community. It's not always easy to stay overtime, but I am trading during these events big time, especially during these events, because you guys got to see what happened. Made a ton of money. Instead of having to second guess anything, listen in, analyze data, make sense of it, pick a position, and if you're wrong, get out of the way. If you're right, you have an amazing session like we did today. Apple officially falling out of the tree, and kind of bummed about that, but that's okay. There's plenty of stocks to trade. I still have the one put option on both SPY and the Qs. Let's see where they end up. Other than that, guys, I appreciate y'all being here. Thanks for participating. Appreciate the feedback, the comments. And if, like I said, Rocky, if you're on the fence, consider joining. It helps us. It helps us big time. And also, those of you in the community, if you can, check out our YouTube. Maybe like it, subscribe to it every morning. Helps us. Don't want to ask too much, but guys, like we're trying to get the word out. So any and all help is appreciated. But that's going to do it for me, guys. Amazing session today. I'm going to write in my journal. This one's like for the books. Just absolutely crushed it. And yeah, I mean, grateful on days like today. Super grateful. All right, y'all. We'll see you at the open tomorrow. Cheers. God bless.